Euzubillahimineşşeytanirracim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bugün GİMDES kuruluşumuzun çok önemli bir gününü tesis ediyoruz, kutluyoruz. Elhamdülillah Cenab-ı Hak bize bu günleri de nasip buyurduğu için binlerce şükürler ediyoruz. Bugün Dünya Helal konferansımızın ve fuarımızın helal okunarak bu çalışmamızı başlatmış olacağız inşallah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allah
We have made our
vesile kılsın
ready for
inşallah.
our Halal and Tayyib Products Conference. We hope that it will be auspicious.
الله نور السماوات والأرض مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح المصباح في زجاجة الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم في بيوت أذن الله أن ترفع ويذكر فيها اسمه يسبح له فيها بالغدو والآصال رجال لا تلهيهم تجارة ولا بيع عن ذكر الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء الزكاة يخافون يوما تتقلب فيه القلوب والأبصار ليجزيهم الله أحسن ما عملوا ويزيدهم من فضله والله يرزق من يشاء بغير حساب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الناس كلوا مما في الأرض حلالا طيبا ولا تتبعوا
İşte sana Allah'a şükürler olsun ki
Selamun Aleyküm to everybody. Thank God that we are today gathered in this important movement that GİMDES started in 2015, and we are holding the 13th conference and the 8th online event of this international fair of Helal and Tayyib products. And it has been blessed to me to give you the opening speech of this event.
Allah'ın bize yüklediği bir sorumluluktan kaynaklandığını hepimiz biliyoruz.
This event is caused by the divine responsibility that is loaded to our shoulders by Allah the Almighty. In the second verse of Quran, in the ayat number 168, we are told and ordered that all the people in the world have this responsibility, and we accept and undertake such responsibility. And within the framework of our responsibility, GİMDES does what is required, and it gathered at first a bunch of Muslim brothers and sisters of us, and today we are hosting more than 500 companies that produce with a certificate of Halal, covering the range of 15 and 17,000 different products with Halal stamp. These kind of events are very important in terms of reaching such a good position in terms of Halal products. Today we are hosting the 8th online event, and when we opened our first fair, we did not even have 100 companies who are committed to produce halal, and only an approximate of 100 products had a certificate of halal. But the interest of our Muslim brothers have extended our opportunities, and as I said, today we have more than 500 companies, our fraternized companies, who are in the verge of receiving Halal certificates. And as I said, approximately 17,000 products with a label of Halal has received their places in the market as of today. So we are proud, we are happy with the work of our brothers and sisters, since the brothers of us who are in the position of consuming halal product do not have anything to complain about the scarcity of halal products, because we do produce halal products for the consumption of our Muslim brothers and sisters, and there are, as I said, 17,000 products in the world that carry halal certificates. Of course, to make it even more disseminated, the supermarket chains need to be a part of this work. Unfortunately, we have not achieved that as much as we wanted to. For the time being, we have around 40 branches of halal supermarkets. They are active in Turkey, in Germany, in the Netherlands, and some other countries as well. We are always trying to open up new branches. Our brothers try that, but we are lacking the necessary number of these supermarkets who produce halal products. But if God permits us, we will see, the days will come and we will see halal products in all our supermarkets in each and every corner of the world, because we believe that halal products is a concern of the whole humanity. In Quran, Allah does not only address to the people who believe, but He addresses to each and every person in the world. And Quran is not the book of one region of geography, but the whole humankind, and it is expressly ordered in Quran that people are to consume only halal products. And it is warned that if people do not comply with this order, then it will mean that the people will be fraternized with the devil, and it will only be to the harm of the people who do not consume halal products. We are explicitly warned in Quran, but this warning has been neglected by many people in the world. But fortunately, our brothers have made research about these issues, and in 2005 we have started our official endeavors in this context. Of course, it was not sufficient. We have to go on, and in this regard, we are trying to purify our education system. Therefore, we initiated the Darul Halal Medrese project with the help of the foundation of Darul Halal, and we are still putting our effort into that system that we have started online. And this is the first time that we are implementing such a system. We are planning to reach up to 1,000 comrades of us, brothers of us. We have seen that they have made their registrations to this online event. We hope that we will be able to reach more than this 1,000, and our online presence will be heard by a lot more. Apart from that, in the same framework, we are hoping that our conference, the 13th International Conference of Halal and Tayyib Products, will be available online to all of the viewers, all of the audience, and the speakers, the distinguished and esteemed speakers from Turkey and from all around the world will be available at your service. You will be witnessing their ongoing endeavors to promote halal products. And I ask you to pay attention and to support this project of halal products, which we conduct with the help of Darul Halal Foundation, because this is a project that addresses to the problems that all the people in the world are having and are concerned. The halal food is one of the most important problems for the people in the world, for all the populations of all the countries in the world, and important research and important projects must be done in this regard, so that people will find solutions about the halal food, and we are committed to conduct each and every kind of study to make halal food ready at people's disposal. I wish that this conference will be auspicious for our people, for our country, and for all the Muslims in the world. I wish Allah will make us all prosper. I hereby finish my words. I hope that Allah will not spare His blessings upon you. Take good care of yourselves.
Mr. Sabir, can you hear me? Could you please open your cam?
Shall I start? Bismillah.
Sure, please.
I will share my
Müsaadenizle ekranımı paylaşmak istiyorum sizlerle.
Do you need technical assistance?
Teknik desteğe ihtiyacınız var mı?
to share my screen.
Ekranımı paylaşmaya çalışıyorum sadece. Lütfen paylaş butonuna tıklayın Sabir Bey. Sonrasında video ile ekran paylaşma seçeneği çıkacak. Lütfen ekran paylaşma seçeneğine butonuna tıklayın. Sonrasında 3 farklı seçeneğiniz daha çıkacak. Ekran paylaş, pencere paylaş, sekme paylaş şeklinde. Tüm ekranı paylaşmayı seçerseniz oradan ekranınızı paylaşabilirsiniz. Pekala, o halde başlayabilirim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Herkese günaydın, iyi günler. Dünyanın neresinde bulunuyorsanız, günün hangi saatini yaşıyorsanız hepinize hayırlı günler dilemek istiyorum. GİMDES'in uluslararası bilgi paylaşımı etkinliklerinin bir parçası olmak her zaman bizler için büyük bir gurur. Bugün 13. Uluslararası Helal ve Tayyib Ürünler Konferansı çerçevesinde sizlere sesleniyorum. Beni buraya davet eden ve etkinliği organize eden, bu işe çaba sarf etmiş olan Doktor Hasan Kami başta olmak üzere herkesin ellerini sıkmak isterim. Herkesi tebrik etmek istiyorum. Hem Türkiye'de hem de dünyada helal ürünlerin tüketilmesi son derece önemli bir husustur. Ben de bugün bu konuyla ilgili olarak hem farmasötik ürünler hem de aşılar ile ilgili olarak helal üretimdeki kritik kontrol noktalarından bahsedeceğim sizlere. Kısa bir girişle başlayacağım sunumuma. Sonrasında Kur'an ve sünnetteki helal referanslardan bahsedeceğim. Sonra her yaptığım sunumda olduğu gibi önemli olan noktaların altını çizeceğim. Kur'an-ı Kerim ve sünnette önemli olan noktaları sizlere açıklamaya gayret edeceğim. Sonrasında farmasötik ürünler ve aşılarla ilgili genel bilgiler vereceğim. Ardından farmasötik ürünlerin içeriklerine ve bileşenlerine bakacağım. Hemen akabinde aşıların bileşenlerini sizlere açıklamaya çalışacağım. Sonrasında da Müslüman ümmeti olarak şu anda pazarda bulunan farmasötik ürünlerin bizler için teşkil ettiği problemlerden bahsetmeye çalışacağım. Sonrasında aşılar için hayvan kaynaklı, hayvan türevi materyallerin örneklerini sizlere vermeye çalışacağım. Şu anda pazarda ne tür ürünler vardır, ne tür ürünler tüketilmektedir, vücudumuza enjekte edilen materyaller nelerdir, tablet olarak, kapsül olarak, hap olarak aldığımız materyallerin içeriği nedir, sizlere kısaca açıklamaya çalışacağım. Sonrasında helal sigorta sistemi, HAS adını verdiğimiz sistemi sizlere açıklayacağım. Sonrasında helal üretimdeki kritik kontrol noktalarından bahsedeceğim. Üretimde önemli olan noktalardan bir tanesidir. Özellikle helal farmasötik ürün üretiminde en sonda sonuçlarımı sizlere sunup konuşmamı tamamlayacağım. Şu anda dünyada ortalama 1,9 milyon Müslüman yaşamaktadır. Bu da dünyanın küresel nüfusun %25'ini oluşturmaktadır. Ve İslamiyet'i dünyadaki en fazla inananı olan ikinci din sınıfına koymaktadır. Helal, Türkçe olarak izin verilebilen, hukuka uygun anlamına gelmektedir. Dünya üzerinde sayıları giderek daha fazla artan Müslümanlar artık kendi tükettikleri, kullandıkları ilaçların içeriklerini merak etmektedir. Bu sebeple helal farmasötik ürünler pazarı geçtiğimiz yıllarda artış göstermekte ve şu anda dünyada 174 milyar dolardan daha fazla bir boyuta ulaşmıştır. Farmasötik ürünler ve aşılar bir takım aktif bileşenin birleşmesiyle ve bir takım yan maddelerin mesela renklendirme ajanları, koruyucular ve dolgular ile birlikte üretilmektedir. Bu maddelerin kaynakları çeşitlilik göstermektedir. Hayvanlardan, bitkilerden ve sentetik kaynaklardan üretilen, elde edilen bir takım maddelerle farmasötik ürünler üretilmektedir. İslami şeriat kuralları çerçevesinde bu ürünler bizlere sunulmaktadır. Kur'an ve sünnette tabii ki bizim her zaman referans aldığımız iki kaynak Kur'an-ı Kerim ve sünnettir. Bu referanslara bakacak olursak bizler sadece farmasötik üretim hakkında değil, hayatımızda bir şekilde yeri olan Müslümanlar olarak, müminler olarak tükettiğimiz her madde ile ilgili hükümler olduğunu görebiliyoruz. Kur'an-ı Kerim bizim ana referans noktamızdır ve herhangi bir helal standardın zaten ana dayanağı olmaktadır. İslam'ın omurgasını Kur'an-ı Kerim ve Kur'an-ı Kerim'in emirleri oluşturmaktadır. Helal sözcüğünü tekrar söyleyecek olursak anlam olarak izin verilebilen ve hukuki anlamına gelmektedir. Ve Kur'an'da İslami kurallara uyan her şey helal, İslami kurallara uymayan her şey ise haram olarak adlandırılmıştır. İnsanlara helal tüketmelerini, tayyip tüketmelerini emir buyurmuştur Kur'an'da.
والمنخنقة والموقوذة والمتردية والنطيحة وما أكل السبع إلا ما ذكيتم. Prohibited to you are dead animals.
Aynı zamanda madde 3 içerisinde ölü hayvan, kan, domuz eti yemek yasaklanmıştır. Aynı zamanda hayvanların boğarak veya şiddet, zulüm ile öldürülmesi haram kılınmıştır. Aynı zamanda vahşi bir hayvanın yediği etten yenmesi Kur'an'da haram kırılan hususlardan bazıları olmuştur. Resulullah ise bize şunu söyler. Allah'ın bu konudaki emirleri nettir. Helal ve haram arasındaki fark açıktır ve herhangi bir şüphe varsa bir ürünle ilgili ürünün tüketilmemesi önemlidir tabii. Her zaman şüpheden kaçınmalı. Her zaman dinimizin emir ve gereklerini yerine getirmeliyiz. Ve eğer bir ürünün helal ile haram oluşu hakkında bir şüphemiz varsa o ürünü tüketmememiz gerekmektedir. İslam'ın şüpheye karşı duruşu son derece nettir. Allah'ın emirleri bu anlamda eğer bir ürünün helal veya haram olduğundan şüpheniz varsa o ürünü tüketmeyin şeklindedir. Peki farmasötik ürünlere gelecek olursak neler söyleyebiliriz? Helal ve haram arasında yediğimiz, genel anlamda tükettiğimiz ürünlerin hangi özellikleri olmalıdır? Bu konudaki kılavuzlar, basılı kılavuzlar nelerdir? Bunları incelemek istiyorum. Gerek gıda konusunda, gerek tedavi konusunda, gerek günden güne değişen aktivitelerimiz, faaliyetlerimiz çerçevesinde. Farmasötik ürünler ve aşılardan bahsedecek olursak, tanımlamayı şu şekilde yapabiliriz. Farmasötik ürün dediğimiz kavram herhangi bir ürün, herhangi bir bileşen, herhangi bir ilaç veya tedavi amacı olan bir maddedir. ve Amerika Birleşik Devletleri Gıda ve İlaç İdaresi tarafından, FDA tarafından onaylanmış herhangi bir maddenin tedavi amaçlı kullanılması durumunda verildiği isim farmasötik üründür. Aşı ise bir çeşit ilaçtır. Hastalık öncesinde insanın vücuduna çeşitli yollarda entegre edilen, çeşitli yollarla nüfuz eden ve hastalıklara karşı insanları koruyan, bağışıklık sistemini güçlendiren maddelere denir. Aşı tedavi amaçlı değil, önleyici amaçlı bir maddedir. Tüm ilaçlar, tüm ilaçlar iki ana bileşenden oluşmaktadır. Öncelikle aktif farmasötik bileşen dediğimiz API ismini verdiğimiz bir ana bileşen bulunmaktadır. Bir de egzibiyanlar yani yan maddeler, bunlar tedavi amacı gütmeden ilacın hastanın sistemi tarafından, vücudu tarafından kabul edilmesini sağlayacak yan maddelerdir. Yani bir aktif bileşen varken bir de pasif bileşen, ek bileşenlerden söz etmek mümkündür. Aktif bileşenler mesela aşılarda virüsten veya bakteriden elde edilen antijenler adı verilen ana bileşenlerdir. Ek bileşenler ise şu şekilde sıralanabilir. Mesela alüminyum veya benzeri, sukelen yağ veya benzeri, tiromersal, jelatin, bir takım stabilizörler, emülsifiyerler ve bir takım tat geliştiriciler. Farmasötik ürünün veya aşının parçası olarak kullanılabilir. BBC'de ekranın şu an sağ üst köşesinde gördüğünüz bir haber. Burada NHS aşılarında domuz jelatininin mesela kullanılması hayal kırıklığı veren bir gelişme olarak değerlendirilmiş BBC tarafından. Yani bir takım aşılarda domuz jelatini yan ürün olarak yer alabilmektedir. Hem Müslümanlar için hem de Müslüman olmayıp da vejetaryen veya vegan beslenen kişiler için uygun olmayan bir takım aşıların varlığı söz konusudur. Bu yüzden de BBC tabii ki Müslüman amaçlar gütmüyor BBC ancak birçok farklı kesimin, birçok geniş kesimin tepkisine yer vermiş durumda. Ama tabii ki bir takım aşılar da vardır. Hiçbir şekilde domuz ürünü veya haram ürün içermeyen, onlara da geleceğiz. Birkaç örnek farmasötik ürünümüz var, ilacımız var bu sayfada. Bu ilaçlarda Çin domuzu adını verdiğimiz bir hayvandan gelen hücreler bulunmakta. Mesela pıhtılaştırma faktörü olarak hemofili sahibi insanlara yardımcı olan bir ilaç. Çin hamsterı, Çin domuzu yumurtalık hücresinden elde edilmekte olan bir ilaç. Yine hem yetişkinlerde hemofili sahibi yetişkin ve çocuklarda kanamayı denetleyen ve kanamanın daha kısa sürmesini sağlayan bir başka ilaç var, Coganetefes. Yine Çin hamsterı, Çin domuzu yumurta hücresinden gelmekte. Eylea diye başka bir ilacımız daha var. Göz ilacı, retinayı etkileyen ve retinayı veya makulayı etkileyen bir ilaç. Yine Çin domuzu yumurtalık hücresinden alınmakta, gelmekte olan bir ilaç. Bir başka ilaç Elonva, bir hormon ilacı. Doğum kontrol tedavisi alan kadınlara uygulanan bir ilaç. Yine içerisinde Çin domuzu yumurtalık hücresi bulunmakta. Vabrizin gibi yine enzim üreten ilaçlarda bu kullanımlar söz konusu olabiliyor. Premarin bu başka bir ilaç. Menopoz süreci geçiren kadınlarda bir hormon tedavi ilacı. Mesela hamile yetişkin dişi atın ürininden yapılıyor, idrarından yapılıyor. Yine başka bir ilaç, Arzera, yine murin faresinin hac hücresinden alınan örnekle üretiliyor. Yani hayvan türevi ürünlerin kullanıldığı pek çok farmasötik ürün mevcuttur. Çin hamsterı, Çin domuzu biraz önceki listemizdeki birçok ilacın yan maddesiydi. Tek kullanılan hayvan değildir. Atlar, fareler bu örnekte gördüğümüz timoglobulin ilacı tavşan geninden yapılmaktadır. Mesela organ nakli konusunda eğer böbrek nakli yapılan kişinin sistemi organ reddi veriyorsa o kişinin tedavisinde kullanılan bir ilaç. Yine Çin domuzu ekranda gördüğünüz hayvan piyotin eritropoietin ilacın ismi. Bu Çin domuzunun, Çin hamsterının yumurtalık hücreleri alınarak yapılan birçok farklı ilaç bulunmaktadır ve birçok hayvan için mesela birçok hayvandan alınan hücrelerle üretilen farmasötik ürünlerin bir alternatifi piyasada bulunmamakta. Şu anki en büyük problemlerimizden bir tanesi bu. Mesela tüm kronik böbrek ve karaciğer hastalıklarının tedavisinde kullanılan ilaçlarda Çin domuzu genleri kullanılmakta. Dolayısıyla bir problem söz konusu bu anlamda piyasada. Yine birçok farklı ilaçta mesela saymotropsin mesela öküz pankreasından elde edilmekte. Koşineyal, karmin veya karminik asit dediğimiz ilaç mesela koşinel böceklerin ezilmesi ve o böceklerden elde edilen kırmızı pigmentlerle üretilen bir ilaç ve son derece yaygın bir şekilde kullanılmakta. Ve tatlılarda mesela kullanılan bir katkı maddesi aynı zamanda bu kırmızı pigment. Disodyum inozinat yine etten elde edilen, ekstrakte edilen bir ürün. Jelatin bildiğimiz popüler bir ürün. Yani domuz derisinden elde ediliyor genellikle. Domuzdan olmasa da domuz veya büyükbaş hayvanların derisinden ve kemiklerinden elde edilebiliyor. Jelatin önemli bir yan madde. Dediğimiz gibi yani ya domuz ya da başka bir büyükbaş hayvan kullanılarak elde edilebiliyor. Belli ülkelerde mesela Pakistan'da, Türkiye'de jelatin üretimi söz konusu ama helal olarak yapılıyor bu üretimler Türkiye'de ve Pakistan'da. Domuz derisinden veya domuz kemiğinden elde edilmiyor. Jelatin başlı başına aslında haram bir ürün değil ancak kaynağı çok önemli. Yani helal bir kaynaktan üretilirse jelatin kullanımı söz konusu olabiliyor Müslüman toplumlarda. Ama jelatin dediğimiz zaman Avrupa'da mesela anlaşılan ana jelatin ürün kaynağı domuzdan üretilen jelatin kastedilebiliyor ve Avrupa'da genelde domuz jelatini kullanılıyor. Sadece İslam ülkelerinde, Müslüman ülkelerde helal jelatin üretimi de mevcut diyebiliriz. Azınlıkta olarak bu ülkeler var tabii ki. Gliserol başka bir madde. Genelde mesela peynir yapımında kullanılan gliserol ve laktoz ürünleri var. Hem süt hem süt ürünlerinde, süt tozu üretiminde, peynir tozu üretiminde yoğun bir şekilde kullanılıyor ve hayvan yağlarından elde ediliyorlar. Lanolin yine hayvan kaynaklı bir madde. Helal maddelerden bir tanesi. Bunlar gıda sektöründe en yaygın kullanılan ek maddeler bu arada. Lanolin genelde kuzunun veya koyunun yününden elde ediliyor. Ve keçi yününün köklerindeki yağ hücrelerinden elde edilen önemli bir madde. Oleik yağ veya aloesterin dediğimiz madde yine gıda sektöründe kullanılan önemli bir madde. Buna iç yağından elde edilen bir hücre ile oluşturuluyor, yapılıyor. Yine şelak böceklerden sekre edilerek yapılıyor. Stearik asit, İnek, koyun, köpek veya kedilerden elde edilen iç yağ ile yapılan bir asit, iç yağından çıkarılan bir asit. Artık mesela dünyada birçok yerde stearik asit bitkilerden elde ediliyor hayvan kaynaklı olarak değil. Son olarak da tripsin var. Domuz pankreasından alınan bir enzim. Gördüğünüz gibi burada gıda sektöründe kullanılan birçok yan madde, birçok asit ve birçok yağ ve jelatin kaynakları ve şeker kaynakları listelenmiş. Genelde gıda sektöründe en çok kullanılan yan maddeler, editifler ve koruyucu maddeler bunları içerenler. Bu sayfada aşılar ve jelatin ve tritsin ile ilgili özellikle Birleşik Krallık'ta İngiltere'de olan bir takım protestoları görüyoruz. Aşılar ve porsin jelatinin İngiltere'de tabii birçok protestoyla karşılaştığını biliyoruz. Birçok çalışma var. Niçin? Mesela porsin jelatin aşılarda kullanılıyor. İnsan vücuduna etkisi nedir? Bir kılavuzları var, bir kitapçıkları var. İngiltere hükümeti tarafından yayınlanmış ve jelatinin bir aşıda kullanılmasının önemini açıklıyor. Jelatin bir kere öncelikle pek çok farmasötik üründe, pek çok ilaçta, pek çok hapta stabilizör olarak, sabitleyici olarak kullanılıyor. Özellikle aşının vücutta kalması, vücutta aşılanan materyalin depolanması anlamında büyük öneme sahip. Jelatinin kendisi aşının vücuttan hemen atılmamasını, aşının aktif maddesinin vücutta kalmasını sağlıyor. Ve ilaçlarda kullanılan jelatinde ilacın etkisini daha uzun süreli kılıyor. Aynı zamanda mesela burun spreylerinde, bu nazal spreylerde çocukların mesela gribe karşı korunmasında, boğaz spreylerinde yine jelatin kullanılıyor. Zostafax mesela önemli bir aşı. Daha çok yaşlılara uygulanıyor. MMR Vax Pro çocuklara kızamık için özellikle koruyucu bir aşı. Fluence çocukların özellikle gribe karşı oldukları hafif etkili bir aşı. Dolayısıyla bu üç ilaç, mesela Fluence, MMR Vax Pro ve Zostavax, porsin jelatin içeren aşılar ve şu anda uygulanıyorlar ve içlerinde domuz jelatini var. Bir aşının geliştirilme sürecine bakacak olursak, bir aşının geliştirilmesi yıllar alabiliyor ve aşının geliştirilmesi bir stabilitör ile, bir sabitleyici madde ile başlamak zorunda. Yani aşı çalışmaları, aşı geliştirme çalışmaları başlarken zaten sabitleyici üzerine kurulan bir çalışmadan bahsediyoruz ve domuz ürünü veya haram ürünler de zaten sadece sabitleyici aşamasında kullanılabiliyor. Aşının aktif maddesinde tabii ki haram bir madde yok, virüsün kendisi dışında. Bu anlamda yani bir şirket porsin jelatinle, domuz ürünüyle bir aşı geliştirdiği zaman bu aşının değiştirilmesi, başka bir sabitleyici kullanılması kolay bir durum olmuyor. Yani şirketin baştan başlamak zorunda kalıyor aşıyı geliştirmeye ve bu tabii ki sabitleyicinin, yani jelatinin genetik yapısı önemli. Domuz jelatini ile başka kaynaklı jelatinlerin mesela içerikleri, bileşenleri çok çok farklı. Her moleküle aşının aktif maddesi tutunamayabiliyor. Dolayısıyla bir sabitleyiciyi, bu anlamda jelatinin kaynağını değiştirmek uzun yıllar sürecek olan başka bir aşı geliştirmek anlamına gelebiliyor. O yüzden piyasada hala domuz jelatini içeren aslında aşılar var. Çünkü şirketler tekrardan bir maliyet altına girmek istemiyorlar. Yine Priorex ismini verdiğimiz bir aşı mevcut. İçerisinde mesela jelatin bulunmuyor. Bu aşıyı İngiltere hükümeti daha hassas olan gruplara, Müslümanlara, veganlara uyguluyor. Ve içerisinde bir domuz ürünü bulunmadığı için kullanılabiliyor. Ama gribe karşı koruyan bir aşı değil bu. Bir Provax'in bir çocuk aşısı. Ve çocuk hastalıklarına karşı koruyor. İngiltere'deki grip aşısının Fluensin ise helal bir mukabil ürünü yok. Gıda kısmına bakacak olursak, gliserin hem ilaçlarda kullanılan farmasötik ürünlerde kullanılmasının yanı sıra gıda sektöründe de yoğun bir şekilde kullanılan bir yan madde, bir ek madde. Özellikle farmasötik anlamda bakacak olursak şuruplarda kullanılıyor, lozenjlerde kullanılıyor, mesela göz solüsyonlarında kullanılıyor. Yine kulak damlalarında kullanılıyor ve medikal anlamda üretilen ve topikal kullanımı olan tüm jel ve krem ürünlerinde gliserinin kullanıldığını söyleyebiliriz. Bununla birlikte sindirim tıkanıklıklarıyla ilgili tüm ürünlerde, jel kapsüllerde kullanılıyor. Genelde hayvanların iç yağından elde ediliyor. Gliserin veya gliserol sentetikte olabiliyor. Bitkiden de üretilebiliyor, hayvandan da. Hayvanlardan üretildiği zaman ana kaynak iç yağ diyebiliriz. Sonrasında kolajen ve jelatin zaten bahsettik. Ve zaten jelatinin ve kolajenin kullanılması son derece popüler bir konu. Özellikle konumuz helal üretimse jelatin her konferansta tartışılır. Farklı fikirler bulunmaktadır. Jelatinin helal ve haramlığı üzerine tartışılır. Kolajen ise yapısı son derece açık olan bir maddedir. Kolajen üzerine benim de FDA komitesine yazdığım bir makale bulunmakta. Kolajen 3 protein içeren ve kemikte bulunan bir madde. Kemikten ve deriden ekstrakte edilebiliyor. Ve ana jelatin için biraz önce söylediğimiz gibi jelatin üretmek için kemikten, domuz kemiğinden veya büyükbaş hayvan kemiğinden kolajen ekstrakte edilebiliyor ve kolajen 60 derece 140 Fahrenheit'ta ısıtıldığı zaman kolajenin heliksi çözülmeye başlıyor. Bu üç proteinin yapısı açılmaya başlıyor, örgüsü çözülüyor ve bu helix, bu örgü çözüldüğü zaman ortaya çıkan her bu şerite jelatin ismini veriyoruz. Yani kimyasal, aynı kimyasal. Kolajen ve jelatin bazında aslında aynı şey, sadece ısıl işleme tabi tutulduğu zaman jelatin isimli başka bir madde çıkıyor kolajenden. Yani kolajenle jelatin iki farklı ürün gibi görünmesin sizlere. Helal, farmasötik ürünler dediğimiz zaman şunu söylememiz gerekiyor. Helal farmasötik ürünler şeriat kanunu çerçevesinde helal olarak kılınmamış herhangi bir hayvan ve şeriatta helal olarak tanımlanmamış herhangi bir hayvan kesim yöntemiyle elde edilmişse o zaman haramdır. Kullanımı kesinlikle caiz değildir. Helal farmasötik ürünün belirli kriterleri vardır. Öncelikle her zaman şeriat tarafından helal hayvanlardan, helal hayvan kesim yöntemlerinden üretilmelidir. Sonrasında zehirli, toksik ve bir sağlık riski ve tehlikesi oluşturmayacak olan ürünlerden ve şekil ve ek maddelerden üretilmek zorundadır. Burada şeriat tarafından haram olarak kabul edilen hayvanların başında domuz gelmektedir. Dolayısıyla içerisinde herhangi bir domuz veya domuz kaynaklı ürün bulunan herhangi bir farmasötik ilaç, herhangi bir farmasötik ürün kesinlikle helal değildir ve kullanımı kabul edilemez. Devam edecek olursak, bir HAS sisteminden bahsediyoruz. Helal sigorta, helal güvence sistemi, helal sigorta sistemi olarak tercümesini yapmak mümkündür. Helal ürünlere vurulan bir damgadan bahsediyoruz bu anlamda. Helal güvence sistemi ürünün, farmasötik veya gıda ürününün veya bir aşı üretiminin uygulamasının helal prensipler çerçevesinde yapıldığını bizlere göstermektedir. Gıda üretimi yaparken aynı zamanda sadece gıda ve farmasötik üründen de bahsetmiyoruz. Burada kozmetik söz konusu olabilir, bir takım kişisel bakım ürünleri söz konusu olabilir. Vücudumuza nüfuz eden veya cildimizle temas eden tüm ürünlerin üretiminde bu helal güvence sistemi HAS kullanılmaktadır dünyada. Bu evrensel bir helal standartıdır. MS 24-24-2010 gibi standartlar, farmasötik standartlar ile aynı görevi görmektedir. Dolayısıyla belli başlı uygulamalarda HAS uygulaması helal ürün üretimi konusunda önem taşımaktadır. Ve Müslümanların tüketecekleri veya kullanacakları ürünlerde HAS sistemi aranmaktadır. Farmasötik ürünler helal standartlar ve iyi üretim uygulamaları GMP çerçevesinde üretilen ürünlerdir. Helal gereksinimlerde SOP'lerle standart operasyon prosedürleri belgelerinde açık bir şekilde tanımlanmıştır HAS sistemi içerisinde. Tabii çok net SOP'ler bulunması gerekmektedir. SOP'ler üretimin her amacını tanımlayan belgelere denir ve bu SOP'lerin helal üretimin her adımında tek tek açıklanmış olması gerekmektedir. Bunlar önemlidir. Dolayısıyla elimizde bir entegrasyon zinciri de olmalıdır. Yani üretimin sadece bir parçasının değil, zincirin halkaları gibi üretimin her parçasının helal olması son derece büyük önem taşımaktadır. Ve helal kritik kontrol noktalarının belirlenmesi son derece önemlidir. Üretimin tüm aşamalarında HAS ve HCCP dediğimiz HSSP helal kritik kontrol noktaları kullanılmaktadır ve hazard analizi yani tehlike analizi ve kritik kontrol noktaları HACCP sistemi kullanılmaktadır. Codex Alimenter Komisyonu tarafından bir temel sistem olarak HAS'ye helal güvence sistemine dahil edilmiştir. Bu anlamda
to the pharmaceutical production would be absolutely beneficial to the production of
üretime bakıldığı zaman, helal üretime baktığımız zaman belli başlı ilkelerin olduğunu görüyoruz. Toplamda 7 tane tehlikesiz üretim potansiyelimiz bulunuyor. Üretim, paketleme, dağıtım ve satım anlamında tüm süreci kaplayan ilkelerden bahsedebiliriz, prensiplerden bahsedebiliriz. Bunlardan birincisi mesela risklerin belirlenmesi ve risklerin her alanda ortaya çıkartılarak tanımlanması ve riskten kaçınma yöntemlerinin oluşturulması. İkinci ilkemize baktığımız zaman risklerin azaltılması ve elimine edilmesi ve kontaminasyonun önlenmesini görüyoruz. Üçüncü ilkemize baktığımız zaman belli başlı kritik kontrol noktalarının ve sınırlarının uygulanması gerektiğini görüyoruz. Dördüncü ilkemizde ise helal kritik kontrol noktalarının düzenli muayenelerle test edilmesi ve doğrulanması gerektiğini görüyoruz. Beşinci ilkemizde ise eğer bir risk saptandıysa hemen düzeltici eylem uygulamasının başlatılması gerektiğini ve tüm kritik kontrol noktalarının gözlem altında tutulması gerektiğini görüyoruz. Altıncı ilkemizde bir takım tamamlayıcı testler, tamamlayıcı muayeneler gibi uygulamalarla doğrulama, verifikasyon yapmamız gerekiyor üretim içerisinde. Yedinci ilkemize baktığımız zaman bir belgeleme süreci oluşturup yaptığımız tüm bu işlemlerin hepsinin yazılı kayıtlar altında tutulması ki uygulandığından emin olunabilsin ve sonrasında tekrar kontrol edilebilsin. Bunların belgelemesini yapmak gerekiyor. Evet, özet geçecek olursak helal üretim ve HAS ve 7 ilkesi bu şekildeydi. Bu anlamda yapılan az sayıda çalışma var. Ekranda görebilirsiniz. Helal kritik kontroller üzerine yapılan çalışmaları ben hem referans olarak aldım hem de sizlerin bilgisine sunmak istedim. Çok fazla sayıda uygulamalı çalışma bulunmuyor bu alanda. Sınırlı farmasötik şirket bulunuyor şu an dünyada ve helal üretim yapan şirketlerden bahsediyorum. Pek çok şirket helal farmasötik ürün üretimi gerçekleştirmiyor. Evet, sonuca bakacak olursak Farmasötik ürünlerde ve aşılarda şu anda hali hazırda bir kıtlık yaşanmakta. Bu ürünler çok iyi bulunan, her yerde bulunan ürünler değil ve dini bilgelik, dini alimlik seviyesinde baktığımız zaman, bu perspektifle yaklaştığımız zaman bizim helal farmasötik ilaçları ve ürünleri üretecek şirketlere ihtiyacımız vardır. Endüstriyel anlamda helal üretimin ve helal üretim aşamalarının çok daha iyi anlaşılmasının sağlanması için bu anlamda bir bilinç yükselmesi gerekmektedir ve üretim anlamında helal farmasötik gereksinimleri nelerdir? HAS nedir ve nasıl tasarlanır? Helal güvence sistemi elde etmenin ilkeleri nelerdir? Bunların hepsinin üretici tarafından ve kullanıcı tarafından iyi bir şekilde açıklanması, anlaşılması gerekmektedir bu anlamda. Helal ve haramın tanımı din alimleri tarafından yapılırken şirketlerin üstüne düşen ise bu ilkeleri uygulamak ve helal farmasötik ürünler üretmektir. Burada tabii din alimlerinin üzerine düşen görev sınırları iyi ve net bir şekilde çizmektir ve aslında üreticiye öğretmelidir. Helal üretimde dikkat edilmesi gereken noktaları bu anlamda bilimsel kurumlarda eğer farmasötik araştırma yapan bilimsel kurumlardan bahsediyorum varsa üreticilere iyi kılavuzlar ve rehberlikler sağlamalıdır. Helal farmasötik üretimi artırma konusunda bu önemlidir.
Pharmaceutical ingredients, API. We talked about the APIs.
Helal farmasötik üretim için sistem her aktif madde için, her etken madde için ki sunumun başında bu konuda açıklamalar yapmıştık. Her API için ve her ek materyal, her yan materyal için uygulanmalıdır. Hem ilaç üretiminde hem de aşılarda. Çok çok teşekkür ediyorum. Soruları eğer varsa sorunuz e-posta adresime gönderebilirsiniz. Hepinize teker teker yanıt vermek isterim. Çok teşekkür ediyorum beni dinlediğiniz için. Hepinize selamünaleyküm.
Mineşşeytanirracim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi vahdeh ve salatu ve selamu ala men la nebiyye ba'deh ve ala alihi ve ashabihi ecmain. Esselamu aleyküm ve rahmetullahi ve berekatuh.
Today I am addressing you within the organization of 13th International Halal and Tayyib products. So God Almighty blessed us with this gathering, even though this is not face to face. It is still good to be with you. You know, due to the pandemics that we've been experiencing for the last 2 years, we've been holding this kind of meetings, gatherings, classes, and everything online. I hope that this period will be over soon and we will again meet face to face. I believe that our face-to-face meetings will be eternal and there will not be any troubles in the future that will hinder us from doing so. Let's start. In my time, I will be talking about the subject of vaccinations and their assessment and their connection to Islamic sciences and our opinion about vaccination and how it should be, how our attitude towards vaccinations should be. I hope that I will prevail and I hope that we will understand each other at the end of my presentation. While being protected against diseases by vaccine, it is an issue that is discussed throughout the ages. The first example of a vaccine was applied in India against chickenpox in a methodology that is not like today's, but still a methodology that can be classified as a vaccination. The chickenpox and the resulting injuries in the children who slightly have the disease are collected, the injuries and the residues of the injuries are collected and then became dusts and then injected to other children to protect them against chickenpox, to create a strong immune system by injecting the weakened microbe of the disease to the body of the future patients. At the end of 1700s, this was developed, and at the end of the 18th century, the chickenpox were not defined as an epidemic even after. Again, in the Ottoman Empire, some vaccinations have been developed against malaria, cholera, and similar diseases. But of course, these diseases constitute a financial gain for the developer of the vaccination or the medicine. And this is something that brings about the responsibility for the people, especially the Muslims. Of course, we have to consider the future and potential negative impacts of this kind of medicine and vaccination to the human beings and the purpose and the purpose of this vaccination or medicine in applying them. Because there might be some bad intentions there. Well, of course, it's wrong to generalize this concept of negative intentions for all the medicine, all the vaccinations, or all the food, etc. But when we take a look at the history, we know that some food materials at the period was sold to people with an advertisement of fake scientific articles which have been written by paying to the authors. and we know that these incidents happened. Therefore, intentionally or unintentionally, we are kind of hesitant in these kind of issues under the light of our history, and we are undeliberately prejudiced against such facts. So today we will be talking about, in our time, talking about this issue, and I will do my presentation under 5 headings. The first one is that the action is only possible when you know the history, when you know the fact. So how is it possible to take action? If the topic is medicine, are we in need of medical science, etc. In the second heading is about the doctors and their words. Which doctors' words are trustable? Which doctors are not trustable? Is it sufficient for the doctor to have a medical diploma, etc.? The third headline is the utilization of a haram material for the treatment, whether it is good, whether it is permissible, and what is the word of Allah about this issue. The fourth headline is about the utilization of a material, the effect of which is not certain. Some materials' effect can only be proven if there are some human, the human objects to test the material on. Shall they become volunteers to be tested on? Shall they become test subjects? And whether it is permissible by Islam to use that kind of untested or the materials that are still being experimented, whether we can use our body in our own intention, or is it something that is entrusted to us by Allah the Almighty. The fifth heading is whether it is lawful in Islam to apply a treatment for a disease that would cause another disease. For example, we have a disease, and in order to cure it, we have to take some action that may lead to another disease in our body. What shall we do in these kind of situations, in these kind of incidents? So these 5 headings will be our topic today. After we discuss all of this, I will finish the presentation. So let's start with the first one. So to take action, in order to take action, we have to know the truth behind it. So what does that mean? We know that, let's say, the God Almighty made wine haram, and the reason is explained in fiqh, in Islamic law. And under the topics of troubles, Islamic troubles, wine is mentioned, all its negative effects are mentioned, etc. We know that wine makes the body drunk, therefore, and this is being drunk is prohibited by Islam, and we deduce that any kind of material that makes the body drunk is haram. And there are some fiqh as well, there are some laws as well that we obey without questioning the reason. For example, the worships are under this classification. For example, we do pray our daily namaz in 4 rakat, and we do surround the Baytullah. We make 7 tours surrounding it, and we don't question it because we do not seek reason here. This is our slavery to the God Almighty, to Allah, and we do these worshippings, these exercises just in the name of praying and worshipping as a slavery. Other than that, we do seek reason and causes in the background of many daily sunnat and practices in our lives. So to know the fact before taking an action is in that context very relevant. So in the Quran, it says that before prohibiting something or before forbidding something, the reasons are made. So in this context, the vaccinations being relevant to the virus of COVID-19, and we are face to face with the information that is given to us by the scientific people, by the scientists, but it doesn't give them the sole authority to talk about the religious acceptability of these kind of vaccinations or medicine. And we know that even the biggest mullah of Islam is just a layman if the topic, if the subject that he is discussing is not his expertise. Of course, in the context of medicine, we are just laymen and we are not experts. Same thing goes for economy and the money, the monetary issues as well. We are laymen and we are dependent on the information that will be given to us by the experts of this specialty. And we take action only by receiving information from them. So in this context, we are of course prioritizing the data that will be given to us by the scientists. So this brings us to our second headline. Which doctor, which scientists are trustable? Is it really okay if someone says a doctor and being trustable on our face? Well, of course not. The first criterion for a doctor, for a scientist to be trustable is the fact that they should be religious, because a religious Muslim never lies for money, or they do not become the tools of the ultimate purposes of Ehli Küfür, the non-Muslim folk. Therefore, our first criterion is that the doctor or the scientist to be a Muslim, a religious Muslim. Well, of course, some non-Muslim scientists may develop something with the ultimate purpose of doing good to humanity, and we do not block our ears to their words as well. We value their words. But we know, on the other hand, that the countries are trying to sell their medicine, and before the medicines are sold to the people, they have to get this medicine approved by the superior medical authorities in these countries. And in the countries where such authorities are non-existent, like Africa for example, the people become the subjects of the experiments of the medicine developers. Today, Europe accepts itself as the highest point of civilization, and everybody sees, the world knows that the European companies use the population in Africa as experiments, as test subjects for their medicine and medicine developing processes. Therefore, the political leaders of civilized and uncivilized countries shoulder a great responsibility in terms of blocking such bad intentions and to control import of such medicine that will be used in human body or in the food and food production, etc. They should have a mechanism to provide a correct utilization and import of these goods, products and materials, and we know that the Islamic countries have such systems thanks to the God Almighty. Of course, this kind of system is only possible when the doctors in one country, in one Islamic country, to have the highest authorities in this regard within the country. So merit is important here. We also have to mention that just like in the fiqh science, there are some mullah who interpret the orders in Quran, and there are some people who transfer the interpretations to the public. This same situation goes in the world of medicine as well. And there are some people, there are some doctors who already do that, and they do all the examinations before giving the public any information. but not all the doctors are like that. Some doctors are only benefiting from the research of others, and they only have the duty, the role of sharing information with us, not creating any new and valuable information. So we can divide the doctors into as well. The doctors who create some data, who create some information in their own expertise, and the doctors who have diploma, who have knowledge as well, but do not create data themselves, but only transfer the data that is already prepared by other doctors. So which is our trustable doctor in these two classes? In this case, we take a look at the doctor who creates information, who creates something new, or who has the ability and the authority to test the information that is created by other doctors. So we have to take only the words of these kind of doctors into consideration, because they are the ones who know the reasons and the content of the information that they render. Only diploma, only being a doctor is not enough for that person to be trustable in the eyes of Islam. So this is important in our community. This is the condition. The third condition is the utilization of haram material in the treatment, whether it is permissible or not by Islam. When we take a look at that, we know that there is a division of opinions among the different sects of Islam. And there is a Maliki and Hanbali ulama who goes deeper into thinking of this regards, and Ibn Muflih al-Fura masterpiece tells us that by al-Mardibi that utilization of haram is never acceptable under any conditions. Only in the sect of Maliki the haram materials can be used exclusively by treatment purposes, but only by external utilization, like creams, rubbing onto skin, etc., not swallowing them, not getting an injection of the haram material. So we see that it is a common opinion in all the sects of Islam that the haram materials cannot be used in the human body. Their inclusion within the human body is not acceptable in any case. We also see some hadiths in this kind of studies, and also some Islamic scholarly information that the God creates the diseases, and the God creates the cure as well. So you need to seek for treatment, but not with the haram materials, because the God never would use haram materials as a cure to a disease. And we also, the same Islamic scholars also say that the utilization of wine to create some stomach diseases, and they say that the God would never place the cure of a disease into a material that is classified as haram. And Hazreti Aisha says that and she prays that God shall not give cure to people who seek the cure in haram. So these are the facts, the religious facts that we can base our opinion on. But the Hanafi and Shafi sects are much more relaxed in that issue. In Hanafi sect, Ibn Abi Rahimullah and his masterpieces, and before him Bedai, etc., tell us that if there is no other alternative, haram material utilization in treatment would be permissible in Islam, but only if there is no alternative possible. And in Shafi sect, it says a similar thing, that in the exception that no other alternative treatment is available, then haram materials can be used, just like if somebody is about to starve he is allowed to consume the food, the meat that is getting rotten, and it was halal for him for once because he needs to survive, and using haram materials for treatment can be interpreted to have a similar effect. Normally it is haram, but if you have no other way to get cured, then you can use it exclusively for one time. But the other sects of Islam say that, they believe that, they claim that the treatment that will come from a haram material would never bring good to the person using it. Therefore, benefiting from haram will never be permissible. And we have to refer to Article 21 of our laws, is that the necessity makes haram acceptable. Well, of course, the necessity can be interpreted differently here. The necessity in a real context, in in a realistic context, actually includes the risk of dying, risk of death, and if it's a matter of survival, it is a necessity. But the other situations that actually does not treat the human life cannot be defined as the necessity. Of course, the question may be arising here whether the vaccination is a treatment itself or not. And when we see a disease, the vaccination is not the treatment. Vaccination is like a preventive measure that would strengthen the immune system of one individual to make it ready when the disease comes. Therefore, the laws that allow the utilization of haram material for treatment does not cover the vaccination. Therefore, if the vaccination is available for COVID-19 or in any other diseases, if they include any haram materials inside, they are not acceptable. This is one other way of interpreting the law. Well, of course, the availability, the existence of the disease is compulsory for using haram materials, but some necessities can be re-explained, and a necessity can be defined as the incapability of the person if the person catches the disease, and the negative results of that disease that the disease would bring to the person makes the situation of vaccination a necessity for the person to use haram material as a vaccine. Therefore, the person in such diseases can be defined as the persons, as the people in need, and this necessity may be defined to include vaccination to be used in accordance with the law of Islam. So let's skip to the fourth headline. What about using the material, using a treatment, the result of which is not certain? Well, about that, in this kind of vaccinations, we have some phases of study: the first phase, second phase, third phase, etc. The first tests are made clinically, then animal tests start, then human tests start. So these are the phases of the vaccinations. And in all of these phases, the treatments and the effect of that treatment is uncertain. So what about being the subject of experiments, being the subject of these tests, when the effect is not clear, is not certain, to provide treatment? But there are different interpretations to that as well, different medical interpretations to that, but this is not my expertise, so I will not go into that. But whether, if we just decide that the materials within the vaccine is all halal, but the result of this experimented material is still uncertain whether it is acceptable. Is it acceptable by Islam or not? So the answer is no. If the treatment is not certain, if it is a test, if it is an experiment, then it is not allowed to be used by Islam. Because when we say that if haram is used when there is no other way, it is allowable, and on the other side we call it unpermittable to use a material with or without haram, or in the situations that we don't know the context of the materials, it is haram when we do not. It is not permitted when we do not know the result of the treatment, certainly. So this is a situation that is open to discussion. This is a debatable subject, but we have to define here what the effect of which is uncertain can be explained as. So the experience is important, of course, in these matters. And the scholars would express that, within a vaccine, for example, with the content of the vaccine, some materials are good for this and some others are good for that, etc. But the bodies of the persons differ from one to another, and some, particles, some substance might be beneficial for one body while it's harmful for another. Therefore, experience is needed in order to create some everlasting and consistent results. For the vaccine or for the medicine to be accepted as a generally good medicine, which is halal to use, can be tested on people if we have a strong assumption that this material might be good for our health. This is the strong assumption is the key point here. If we have a strong assumption that that the medicine or vaccine will be good for the body, then taking this medicine or vaccination is permitted by Islam. This is very important. And using the utilization of this kind of medicine would be permissible, because also in Islam we are entitled and we are responsible to eliminate any kind of trouble that would otherwise affect the society. This is very important, and we can use this kind of medicine or vaccination in this kind of circumstances with the justification that I have just expressed. If we have a strong assumption and a strong belief that this medicine or vaccination would be beneficial in the long run. And of course in here we have to build our strong assumption with the explanations of the reliable, trustable doctors, the criteria of which have explained already in my presentation. So, can we include the vaccines to this fourth headline? Or what about the fifth line, for example? What about the side effects? So vaccines can be included here because they might have side effects. So whether it will be allowable, whether it will be permissible by Islam to use that products, that vaccines. When we see the articles 28 and 29, we see that if we have two troubles, if we have to choose among two troubles, we have to choose the lighter one, and we have to get rid of the stronger trouble by using the lighter trouble. This is our rule, and this is what we have to do if both of them are unavoidable. I have to, talk about that because, the funny story, they asked the Hoja whether he prefers the road that goes up or that goes down, and the Hoja answers, what about the flat, the straight road, because we have to prefer the straight road. But if there is no straight road, if we have to prefer, if we have to choose among two troubles, we have to choose the lighter one, because in this way we may have to eliminate the stronger and the bigger trouble. If we have no other choice, we might choose the troublesome situation, as long as it is the lighter one when compared with the other. Well, of course, what we have said does not constitute any orders or any statements. It is only our, interpretations and our commentations in terms of, detecting the direction that we will follow in such issues. So I don't want to be misunderstood here. I'm not saying that the vaccines are good and you can use them all, or the vaccines are bad, you cannot use them. You cannot use any of them. I'm not saying either of these things, because we have different and varying data in these issues, and the people who transmit this data to us must be questioned by our scholars whether they are trustable or not. This should be decided, and these issues should be discussed, and decisions should be made only by the people who have expertise, knowledge and speciality about these issues. I hope that the God Almighty will finish these troublesome periods for the world and for the benefit of the Muslims, and we have to withdraw some lessons in this process, and we have to turn the crisis into an opportunity, and the period of pandemic might be turned into an opportunity by the Muslims, because this period allowed us to understand the beauty and the importance of our daily lives and daily routines, like saying hello to our friend, hugging our loved ones, meeting face to face with our friends and acquaintances, etc. We never understand how blessed we were before the pandemics, when we see our nephew, when we see our cousins, our friends, our family members, etc. But now we cannot see them for the last 2 years. It was very difficult to come together with them. So the point that one blessing is appreciated the most is the time that you are spared from them. Therefore, this period constitutes a lesson for the Muslims as well. I believe that we have all learned how important these blessings are. I hope that the situation of pandemic will be over very soon. I hope that this conference will be auspicious for all of you. Selamun aleyküm. Elhamdülillah.
Alemin. Salatu ve selamu aleyke ya Resulallah. Salatu ve selamu aleyke ya Habiballah. Salatu ve selamu aleyke Nebiyallah sallallahu aleyhi ve sellem. Hayırlısıyla bugün çok önemli bir çalışmayı başlattık.
So today we have started a very important work, and I will be addressing to you as the third speaker of this organization. The previous speakers were the experts in their fields, and we have listened to them. We have enjoyed their speech. First, we have listened to Dr. Adel Sabır, and from Turkey, we have listened to Mr. Fatih Kalender Hoca, and with their speeches, they have shed light upon our path, and inshallah, Allah will make these speeches auspicious for us. Today, I will be talking about the medicine and the vaccination, which constitute an important item in our agenda. We have organized our work in order to shed light to you in terms of clarifying our battle against this global trouble that we are facing. It's important to be conscious towards that trouble, and we have already understood our perspective to COVID-19 and the vaccination and the type of vaccinations that are developed under the light of the virus. Allah Almighty makes people live in peace mainly, and from time to time He bestows some fears and some concerns to the people as the exams. The pandemic, the earthquakes, the floods, the economic problems are global, and they are global troubles only. In our book, Quran, we see the examples of different type of troubles and catastrophes that were bestowed upon different tribes in the world. And in Baqarah Surah, in the 5th verse, we learn that Allah the Almighty examines us, tests us with problems, with drought, and with scarcity of the food and the life of people. So the people should be patient for the good news that will be again bestowed by Allah the Almighty. Therefore, the people in the world need to live by taking into consideration some issues that are important for Islam. So let's continue with the verses in the Quran. It says that Allah the Almighty saves people who have faith in Him. If the people go against the power of Allah, will only be tormented. Allah the Almighty sends blood, scarcity, grasshoppers, and drought to the people who deny the existence of the one and only Creator.
karşı karşıya kaldığımız
Today,
bir
the trouble that we are facing is caused by a virus. So we have to ask ourselves the question what a virus is. So virus is the term that is frequently used in our daily life. So what is a virus and
bildikleri
how can we understand its definition? The scientists tell us that the virus is a type of organism that needs a host in order to survive. This host can be a human, an animal, or a plant. A virus is an unliving parasite that needs a host to survive. So I would like to underline the part that the virus is unliving. It's a parasite. The reason that a virus is not living, is not alive, because the viruses are incapable of sustaining and maintaining the basic functions of survival on their own, and they need a vessel in order to they need a vessel to attach to in order to survive.
virüsler
The virus
yapının dışında
cannot stay alive without a vessel, and when they find a vessel, when they find a host, they draw power from their DNA or RNA. When they infect an organism, a living structure, they destroy the fortresses of the proteins in that living host, and they harm the vessel by exploiting the protein resources, by inhabiting the DNA or the RNA of that living organism. So this is how a virus can be defined, and in some resources the virus is defined as the unliving thing that accompanies the living. The virus only has a genetic material, and as I said, it's impossible for them to sustain life without attaching themselves to a living organism. So without a host, the virus can only exist a couple of hours, a maximum a couple of days, without a host. The antibiotics are against bacteria and they have no effect on viruses. The viruses are very small, and since they have no metabolism on their own, they cannot reproduce without a vessel. They force the vessels that they habit, and they force them to reproduce and create new viruses. At the end, the virus, the reproduction of the virus destroys its host by breeding constantly. So, what should our perspective be towards COVID-19? So we go back to Quran Kerim. I'd like to quote some verses here. Did you think that we have created you without a reason, and did you think that you would not answer to your deeds in the world? Allah is the only God, there is no other God, and all the universe and the living things in that universe have to answer to Him. The people go through tests and examinations in their life. So if they think that they will only live by worshipping, and if they think worshipping is enough, they are wrong. They have always been tested. Before them, their forefathers were tested, and Allah will always make people go through tests so that their true selves will reveal itself, and the ones who commit some bad deeds will not and shall not escape from the judgment of Allah. Allah, of course, punishes people in the world.
Kıyamete kadar da cezalandıracağını Kur'an-ı Kerim'de bildiriyor.
So it is told in Quran Karim that Allah will Allah have and does and will punish the people in this mundane world as well until apocalypse. So the hurricanes, storms, floods, lightnings, earthquakes, wars, occupations, contagious diseases, pandemics, epidemics, etc. are the means of Allah testing people. And none of these catastrophes, these natural disasters, are coincidental. They have purpose, and these bitter incidents come to existence due to the sins and mutiny of people. Allah is not cruel, but He sends these catastrophes to the people in the world when they deserve it. The people who are mutinous against the acts of Allah will eventually face catastrophes and devastation. Even one leaf falls from a tree with a divine fate, as it is expressed in Quran Karim. There are a lot of physical incidents in the world that has the secret and the mystery of the creation of Allah. Hazreti Noah tells us that he did have a mutinous tribe once who told them, now that Allah Almighty punishes the ones who don't believe in Him, let Him punish us. And they have got what they deserved at the end of the big catastrophe that only Noah and his family made to survive. We have seen lots of other examples in which the tribes who deny the existence of one and only Creator meet their fate and come to an end. The law of Allah is valid for the current societies of our time as it was valid in those times 1,500 years ago. These punishments, these catastrophes, these troubles may be sent to the societies for which a prophet was sent or for which no prophet was sent. These problems, these troubles or catastrophes might change in size, and as we see in Quran, this can vary from poverty, drought, and some troubles in daily life and scarcity of food, etc. But it can go up to big and major catastrophes like floods, like tsunamis, and like storms and hurricanes, earthquakes, etc. It can be a minor test, a full devastation. The minor ones can be called as the warnings by God. The major ones can be called as the punishments. It is important to withdraw our lesson from the verses in Quran, and we have to know that the fact that the prophets lived in one society in their time of existence in this world does not mean that that society is superior to others, or there will be no catastrophes that will be sent to that societies. Quran is not only valid for the society in which it was sent. In our case, Quran was sent to the Arabic Peninsula, but Quran is a universal and a timeless book that is, and will be valid in all our times until the eternity. So let's talk about today. Let's talk about the present. We are facing a pandemic during which we are almost scared to breathe. When we face a threat of that kind, we are responsible by taking all the necessary precautions and leave the rest to Allah. Allah tells us that we are entitled and we are responsible for taking all the precautions and for seeking all the solutions, and leave the rest to Him, because He will know the best. In this process, we have to pray for our ummah. In this phase, in this period, we have to take all the precautions, we have to establish all the systems so that we will be spared from any catastrophes that might be bestowed upon us all. Whenever we find the chance, whenever we have the opportunity, we have to use them without rebelling, without being mutinous to Allah. We have to move our faith totally in Allah, because as it is said in Quran, we are tested with drought, with poverty, with scarcity, and with diseases and natural disasters. If you do not withdraw any lessons from these tests, then Allah will not accept you. Normally, a society is tested once or twice a year with some major or minor disasters. But if they withdraw the lessons, the moral lessons from these punishments and tests, they will be appreciated by Allah. If they do not, then the worst will come to them. Allah says in Quran that if you are seeking help from Allah, be sure that He will be with you. Be patient and pray. These two will save you, because when the prophets in history only prayed and they were patient in order to find solution or consolidation when they lost loved ones and when they had gone through difficult times. So this pandemic of COVID-19 is only a catastrophe that is sent to the world by the Allah Almighty, and the people who ignore this fact may never be successful in terms of saving themselves. We see about the vaccination a lot of news. We see some people died of COVID-19 since they did not have vaccination, or some people had vaccination and they still died. So there is a life time for all of us. I am personally surprised to hear such news in the television or in the newspapers, because once we feel the time of our lives, we die. Even if we have or even if we don't have the vaccination. Death is the fate of each and every living thing in this world. Nothing is immortal except for Allah the Almighty, and only He will exist until the eternity. And it's up to Him to create new things and to take the lives of the living things. Nothing is superior to that. So the verses in Quran make this quite clear, that the death will come to you not 1 second earlier or not 1 second later than what God planned for you, what Allah planned for you. Allah will never delay death for anyone if the time of life is filled by that person. If it's time of death, then we will die because Allah decided so. In our time in this world, we are tested, we fear, we worry, we face disasters, we face problems and troubles apart from happiness and prosperity from time to time. We shall not lose hope, we shall not lose faith, and we shall always pray, we shall always trust in the judgment of Allah. For the ones who deny the existence of the Supreme Creator, they will never prevail. They will never have prosperity in the eternal world. Imagine a city, a prosperous one, food everywhere, fertile lands filled with crops and grains, but the city denies the existence of Allah. Allah would give them scarcity, poverty, drought, and devastation and starvation. Europe and Asia, the non-Muslim countries, have seen the Spanish flu, the swine flu, the bird flu, and now COVID-19 only in the last 100 years. The ones who produce and who sell alcoholic drinks, the ones who apply interest rates and make profits out of it, the ones who produce and sell cigarettes, the ones who encourage and maintain all the pervert relationships, the ones who encourage and promote adultery, the ones who produce and sell genetically mutated products, continue in the world without any slowdown in their pace by these states and governments who deny Islam. Therefore, protecting ourselves with masks, complying with the rules of social distance, complying with the rules of hygiene, applying vaccines, getting vaccinated are not the way to be rid of this catastrophe. As the society, if we are not praying if we do not put our faith in Allah, if we do not withdraw lessons from this catastrophe, it will never be possible for us to be rid of it. We have to rethink our mistakes. We have to pray for our society, for the Ummah. We have to pioneer for the permanent services for the Muslim society, for the Muslim Ummah. And we have to withdraw lessons from this catastrophe. And if we do not do so, if we put our trust only in the medicine and in the vaccination and in the precautions taken by the governments, then we shall be ready for greater disasters, because it's the only thing that will follow if we do not pray, if we do not correct ourselves, if we do not withdraw lessons. Thank you very much. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. I would like to finish my speech by these words. I hope that this organization will be auspicious and prosperous for all of us.
Selamünaleyküm.
Selamünaleyküm.
Değerli katılımcılar,
Distinguished participants
Helal Gıda Fuarı'nın izleyicileri,
and the audience of GİMDES International Helal Gıda, Halal Food
seminerimize hoş geldiniz.
Fair. I would like to salute you with the salutation of Allah the Almighty and our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Today we'll be discussing the critical points in halal food.
Sunumumuzun ismi Helal
All right. So the name
Deolu ürünler için
of my presentation
Kimera.
is the critical points in halal food and the product with GMO and Chimera. Chimera, I believe, will be very important in the agenda of the world in the future. So while starting my speeches all the time, I give a reference from the very past to our father Adam and our mother Eve. You know that our first test was about the food, and the food test was the first one that we have lost. So the food issue can and shall not be connected to poverty or economy, etc., but it is one of our most fundamental problems, as our father Adam and mother Eve did not obey the rules of Allah and ate the food there and lost their privilege to live in the heavens. Therefore, halal gıda, the permitted gıda, and the food is very important in our lives. So let's talk about the verses in Quran. By the way, I would like to ask my assistant to do some settings that will allow me to see myself on my screen.
Şu an ekranda gözüküyor değil mi slide?
You see my presentation on the screen, don't you?
Slaytınız gözüküyor hocam. Hiçbir problem yok. Slayta geçip devam
Right now we can see it. You can continue.
Biraz önceki gibi yap. Hem ikisini görüyordum orada.
I think it doesn't work.
Tamam, teşekkürler. Kendimi göremedim arkadaşlar. Evet, Maide suresi.
This is Maide 87.
Allah'ın size helal ettiği.
It tells us that, O you who believe, do not forbid yourself the good things which Allah has made lawful for you, and do not exceed the consumption of them. This is verse Nisa 20. This is Nisa Surah and 23rd verse.
Biliyorsunuz
that gives us information about the haram and halal. You know that when the mother breastfeeds the kid, if the kid is fed by another mother who is who is lactating at a period, these two kids shall not marry in the future. So the adventure of halal food starts from our infanthood, from our babyhood, and it even covers the period that the babies are breastfed until they reach 3 years of age. In my presentations, I always used to ask my audience that, why they prefer to be knowledgeable about halal food. And according to answers that I have received, I see that there are 3 sides to that: social, political, and technical. And we see that until 1960s, or maybe until 1960s or 70s, the 80% of Turkish population used to live in rural areas, and only 20% used to live in urban cities. As we were living in the rural areas in the country, we would see the products that we grow ourselves, and we would eat them. I remember my father who started growing wheat with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and they would cultivate them afterwards. I remember my mother starting all the cooking with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and she would serve us that food. So we used to see everything that we grow and that we harvest, and we would make food from these products. Or even if we don't grow them ourselves, we would consume the goods that are produced, that are grown by the other people living in our village. So we would have our halal rules very easily in our daily lives. So when for example there was a person in the village, if a person in the village, does not comply with the Islamic rules of production, harvesting, growing, etc., we just wouldn't consume the food that is grown by that person, so that we would, protect ourselves in terms of consuming only halal food. I remember a lot of, incidents that, for example, the ox in, the cow, let's say, of one of the villagers does eat the grass in the field of another villager. They would, make everything halal by giving that villager some part of the milk of that cow, so that it would be deemed as a payment to the grass that is, consumed by the cow without permission. So the Islamic rules were applicable in our time in the villages of Anatolia in our country. And even the thieves, when they stole an ox, would cut the throat of the ox, starting with Bismillah. Even thievery was in the rules, was within the rules of Islam. So this is very important. This was very important in the eyes of the Anatolian people until the high technology, when the migration from villages to metropolitan cities started. Then these kind of things became more difficult. We did have a visit to Greece, and we went there, and they asked us what we wanted to eat, and we were kind of afraid to have meat, red meat, because it could have been haram, and we said fish, we would eat fish. And we still couldn't be sure, and we went to the kitchens, and we saw that they are frying fish in the same oil that they have fried pig before. This was the first thing that we had the idea that, you know, in order to consume halal food, you don't need to consume only a halal product, but the process, the whole production process should be halal as well. So this was the social side when people started to understand things. About the, you know, the political and the technical side, we of course, you know, the level of education increased in Turkey. That opened doors to increase the technical knowledge as well. In the villages, people lived by the rules of Imam, and whatever Imam said was accepted to be true. But since the children of these villagers, you know, went on with their education, and when they, you know, went to the universities, etc., they have, you know, became aware of some other criteria and some other rules. For example, FAO. It's the the foundation of agriculture of the world, for the Federal Agricultural Organization in agriculture and food. The WHO in, you know, health, in UN in politics, or NATO in security, WTO in commerce, and, you know, IMF in economy, ICC in law, and you know, UNEP in environment, for example. So these are some supranational authorities covering in their expertise. Therefore, in these conditions, you have to be international, and you know, we are managed by these organizations who have no Muslim members within. So UN is, for example, here the UN, the political organization, the United Nations, consists only non-Muslim members. The other organizations are likewise. So we can deduce, we can assume that they do not follow the Islamic rules in their production. So we have these question marks in our minds whether we can trust the internationally produced food, and whether we can live by that. So of course not. Therefore, the Islamic states, you know, started an initiative that would allow them to produce and monitor the food production systems in terms of being halal or not. So let's say Turkey. Turkey is that Turkish production is subjected to the Turkish food legislation and the directive of non-alcoholic products. And according to this regulation, if the beverage has less than 3 grams of alcohol per liter, this this beverage is accepted as non-alcoholic. But on the other hand, it is not halal, because in order for a beverage to be halal, it shall have 0 content of alcohol. So this is like a contradiction between the Islamic law and the state law. Let's have another example. In organic agriculture, for example, you know, this is like one of the most actual, you know, the most up-to-date examples and information in our day. And, you know, people would normally prefer organic products. But we have to, you know, think about the fact that, for example, you know, you can grow a pig in an organic way. You can do it, and then you can extract organic gelatin from this organic pig. So it is okay. So this organic gelatin can be used to create some organic food. So if you, for example, produce a soft candy or an organic gum, chewing gum, from this, you know, organic gelatin from an organic pig, would it be halal? No. So organic agriculture is not equal to halal food. So organic, being organic or not, is not really related to the fact that a food is deemed halal or haram. It's totally irrelevant. Therefore, the global organizations and the food certificates that they issue actually does not interest us. because their criterion, their standards are different from ours. And the Muslim consumers have different priorities. And halal food production should take into consideration all the processes of the production process to be halal.
Adem Aleyhisselam'dan Havva
So,
Hanım'dan başlayan efendime söyleyeyim gıda ile ilgili bu şüpheli noktalar günümüzde hangi önemli
we should start the halal food with halal seeds and halal embryo. The biotechnology is very important here, of course. You know, the human have two essential sources. The humans do feed from two essential sources, the animal food and the plant food. So embryo is the fundamental of the animal food that we have, and seeds are the fundamentals of the vegetation, of the plant food that we feed on. So you may ask whether embryo could be halal or haram. I can say yes, because thanks to biotechnology, we are able to define the halal status of embryo. The devil, of course, hidden some information from the people after Adam and Eve was fired from the heavens, and we have decided, with the help of technology, we have decided to unveil the hidden things that are hidden by the devil. In the past, when we had this first technology, we warned people about, consuming only halal food that is, gathered from the halal sources and processed with halal methods. Nobody, paid attention, and then we are seeing the result. The COVID-19 pandemic is the result of the fact that people did not pay attention to our warning. So, when, for example, my friends who didn't pay attention to my words received an email from myself when the pandemic started, because I told them so. I warned my audience in each and every national and international seminars that all these biotechnological products must be, evaluated, must be audited meticulously and with the utmost care. I emphasized that all the time, and I always said that in the future, the halal food will be the only acceptable food for the humankind in the future, because the biotechnological products, especially the GMOs, genetically modified organizations, are never allowed in halal food production methods. So halal starts with embryo. We are telling people that for years, and today I will be talking about that. And there is another issue that's called chimera. I will be also explaining what it is. Chimera will be something that will be discussed a lot, especially in terms of confusion between halal and haram. And it will shed light to our path in terms of diversifying the halal from the haram. If Allah allows us, we will discuss it more thoroughly in the future. So let's skip to the technical side of things to the point that natural embryo is standing for the last 100 years. In the past, of course, 100 years ago, we had only natural embryos and natural seeds. By the way, which is defined, natural seed is defined by the fact that, you have a product, and this product, let's say it's wheat. This wheat gives a seed on its own at the end of its life cycle, and you take the seed and recultivate it in the earth, and in the next season, you get wheat from that seed. So this is a definition of natural seed. And this Turkey is very rich, was very rich in terms of natural seeds. And these seeds constituted an important supply of raw materials for Turkey, for example, we have a Turkish bacon that has nothing to do with pig, only from the cattle, but we flavor it, we season it with pepper of Jirgalam, which allowed us to promote our pastırma, which can be translated as Turkish bacon or Turkish jambon, to the world, with 100% halal status. So this is important in our culture. After the natural seeds, the hybrid seeds can be mentioned. As the third, the transgenic seeds and embryo were made, and nowadays we are talking about chimera plants and chimera animals. It is a type of biological production type which allows us to see chimera plants and chimera animals that will allow us to control the halal status of the food that we intake. We also have the cloning, the copying, the cloning process. Here, the cell that you produce in the laboratory can be reproduced and can be cloned within the laboratory as well. This is the process of doing this. So, let's give an example to hybrid plants. Well, lavender is actually the best. The violet is the best example of that. For example, we can combine the yellow violet and the purple violet, and we reach a hybrid violet that has two colors. This is like a combination, and it has nothing to do with the irreversible biological change. This is a hybrid that can be separated anytime. So we do not create any variety here. It's like it's like breeding a horse with a donkey. Their baby will have no ability to reproduce. So this is like a hybriding model between the horse and donkey as well. And the mule, that is the offspring, shall have no capacity to reproduce, to create its own offsprings. So this is also, my defense on Darwin's evolution theory. They are very close to one another. The horse and donkey are very close to one another, and they're according to Darwin's theory, they should be able to produce their own spring, and there should be a combination, a new variety, a new class of animal from their reproduction. But their offspring does not have the ability to reproduce. So we had a professor who gave us a homework once. They said where the humans come from. One of these students asked his father, who was an evolutionist, and the father tells the son that we are coming from monkeys. So the same guy goes to his mother, who is a very religious person, and the mother says, we are coming from Adam and Eve. The boy, asks his mother what she thinks about his father's opinion, that we are coming from monkeys, and the mother says, I don't know about your father's side of the family, but my side comes from Adam and Eve. So this is like a small joke. This is the thing. The story goes like that. There is no change here with the hybrid seeds. There is no combination of there is no irreversible combination of two different species, two different types of organisms, let's say. The technologic hybrid is, well, it can be defined as the process of coming together two different plants or products to create a new one, which creates a biological diversity, but which is always irreversible. If it is applied in an uncontrolled manner, if say, for example, do that with melon and watermelon, it can create a hybrid watermelon, and
bir niteliği olmayan herhangi bir biber ektiğiniz zaman
it would threaten the natural biodiversity. This, for example, may happen to the horses, and it happens to the peppers in Turkey. If you do that all the time, in 300 years, for example, one of the species that you used to produce may start to lose its biological originality, and you may create a new and unhealthy type of breed that wouldn't constitute a benefit to the human. And this is like a process. It's like a technological development. The first is natural, then it becomes hybrid. Then the third, step would be the GMOs, the transgenic goats, for example. We see the goat here. We see the genes, and we change the genes of a halal organism and a haram organism, and there could be some exchange of transgens. And the question here is that is whether the halal is contaminated with haram, with some transmissions of genes between two different species. One is halal, one is haram. This is very important as well. The second question that we might have is that the ulama of Islam, the scholars of Islam, deem that there is a confusion in these transgenic products, and they never issue a certificate of halal to the products that are produced in these methodologies, because with this technique you can transfer any kind of genes from any organisms to any kind of other organisms. You may question the problem that it constitutes, but the fact is that while doing the genes transfer, agrobacterium is used. The seed of this, the nucleus of this agrobacterium is taken, and it is transmitted to the target organism, which creates which creates some cancerous cells within the target organism. And our questions start here. The first thing is whether the intermediary is halal agrobacterium, whether it is halal or not. And the second thing is that Allah warns us not to exceed the limitations in Quran, but this transgenic mutation, this transgenic production actually means exceeding the limits a bit, and creating smart cells and creating smart cell membranes and so on. This is important. If you create a cancer, if you infuse some cancerous cells into that structure, that is not in the purpose of this original organism, the divine purpose of this original organism, you distort their originality, and you create a contamination, and this becomes one of the leading reasons of allergenic diseases. And another thing is that you need to use some antibiotics to repair the cell membrane that is deformed, and this of course arises a suspicion about the state of natural and the state of halal of that product. So these and similar, reasons are the cause. It's speculated that they are the causes of many actual diseases that we have nowadays. And during the process of pandemic, we see that lots of data that confuses us a lot. The virus is expected to survive in one patient's body, but it does not, and they don't expect the virus to survive in a very healthy person's body, but it does survive. And it is like very contradictory data, a data that is not expected by anyone, by the scientists. And we are going through a period that this have that bio, like let's say, bio suspicion is like its highest level. And it is very unpredictable with these transgenic products and transgenic organisms, but it is still going on. It's still continued, and it is allowed in the necessary areas, etc. But when it is not necessary, like in the utilization in food materials, for example, the experts are opposing, and as GİMDES, we do not issue a halal certificate to such products. Chimera is like a genotype carrier. If you ask me to, if you want me to similarize it with an actual example, I can tell you that it's like in vitro birth. I can tell you that. With Chimera technology, you will be able to grow some animal's organ, a vital organ, in the body of another animal. For example, the rat and the mouse may share the same organ, and the rat and the pig may share the same organ. If you can, for example, transplant a human's heart in the body of a monkey, then you can maybe afterwards able to transplant that heart into a human again. So maybe in the medicine it will be necessary in the future as well. But in the food production, we can say that it is definitely haram. It's like, at the beginning of my presentation, I told you that a child who is, breastfed by her mother, and if the child is breastfed by another woman, then in the future, this child and the child of the other mother may never have marriage. It is not jaiz, it is not halal to marry with your, so to say, the milk sibling. And this process is similar to that. Of course, I leave a question mark here about Chimera, and in the future we will discuss it more in detail. So this is Chimera, from hybrid to Chimera, and the products that have been produced by using this kind of technologies. This is soybean. It's one of the most popular products that GMO is applied to. We see, the soups and, ice cream cones and coffee and, any other, all the other products that we can see are using GMO. So I have exceeded my time, I know that, so I will ask only 2 minutes of your time. This is another list that the GMO maize is used. This is, by the way, the organic pig and the transgenic pig, and the way that they look. We can, play and manipulate each and every gene that we that we want. And this is like this was the unfeathered chicken, and this is actually a bull, but it is so mutated with transgenic organisms that this is like a torture to the animal, but its meat is not differentiable in the butchers, in the meat store of the supermarkets, for example. But it is haram, of course. And these are the natural food. These are the examples of, for example, these are the lamb chimera, the examples of lamb chimera, and the chimera monkey has been made as well. So at this stage, we repeat our motto that halal food starts with halal embryo. I will give you one highlight as well. Maize and corn is like one of the most transgenic targets of the practitioners, and beta toxin genes are injected to corn, but the animals who are fed with this GMO corn, and the people who eat the meat of these animals and drink milk of these animals, and the women and their kids have 93% beta toxin in their bodies as well. They cannot be degraded by the other enzymes in the human body, so it leads to multiple diseases. Just a sip of milk, a glass of milk is very important for the whole human race, which is also told us in the Quran in the Surah of Nisa. The biological interaction between the baby and the mother in the womb is important.
Biyolojik bir etkileşimle anne sütünde hep antitoksinler varken
these antitoxins are available in the breast milk of the mother, but you just inject beta toxins to the body of your baby, which would not be able to digest it or degrade it by the body, and which will be carried by that child until he dies.
Hanımlar hamile öncesi ve süt emzirme sonrasına kadar
this is important because the pregnant woman, especially the pregnant woman, shall pay the utmost attention to their dietary habits. So, can you please conclude your presentations?
Onlar ekini nesli bozar. Allah fesat çıkaranı sevmez. Efendime söyleyeyim, iyi iman edenler Allah'ın size helal
Allah does not love those who exceed the limits. Never make the things that are limited in Quran. Never try to make them halal. Thank you all. I would like to thank Hüseyin Kami Hoca, who organized this conference, and I would like to salute all the audience and the viewers. of this conference. My name is Hasan Yetim. I do work in the Helal Food R&D Center of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Today I will be talking about the insect protein and artificial meat. When we say protein, we see that it is important in order to maintain all the essential functions in our body. It is very important for our body. And the quality of the protein is as important as the material itself. The quantity, the number of essential amino acids, and their digestion and emission are very important because they are necessary for the body and they cannot be synthesized by the body. Therefore, we have to have some intake of protein from animal sources. Due to the quality of protein, we see that the demand of the animal, demand for the animal resources, the animal meat, is increasing, but the world population is expected to reach to 9 to 9.5 billion at the end of 2050. This will mean that the food consumption will increase by 70%, and the meat consumption will be doubled. 35 to 40 grams of meat consumption is in question per capita today, and this is triple the amount of the annual consumption of people in 1960s, and we believe that this will increase exponentially by 2050 in the future. So this increasing demand for animal resources and the fact that it causes some environmental problems leading by the excessive use of energy, creating more greenhouse gases and more occupation of lands and an increased water consumption, thereby increasing the temperature in the atmosphere, causing global warming. Accompanied by climate changes and such worries and concerns are expressed. Well, of course, we have to consume animal sources, but the animal sources will not be sufficient in the future. So some algae, some insects, some microbial proteins and fat, the non-meat meat products, artificial meat, cheese without milk, and other fermented products are recommended for our use in the future years. So let's discuss what artificial meat is. Artificial meat is a concept that was first used in 1930s, but it was only realized in 2013. The alternative meat, clear meat, cultured meat, non-animal meat, or lab-produced meat are the terms that are used to express this kind of food in our community, and it is discussed as an alternative to the increasing demand for meat. There are two alternatives for artificial meat, one of which is the one that is produced in laboratories in the test tubes with petroplaques and cultured. The second is the plant-based meat that use the plant-based proteins. So the cultured meat, or the artificial meat that we can say, is a product that is using the stem cells and their development that are taken from a real animal, and they are grown and reproduced in the suitable environments. They are converted into massive muscle tissues and thereby creating a meat-like product. So artificial meat is not a meat, not meat at all. It is just like a similar to meat product.
Evet, burada kısaca işte şurada sığır veya domuzdan
We see the pig or the cattle here. They are having biopsy, stem cells are taken, then the cells are reproduced in the labs, and after the muscles are produced from these structures, they are converted into meat and meat-like products in terms of visual appearance as well in the labs. Well, of course, there's been some good investments in the world. Moza, a Netherlandish, Hollandish company, who did the first artificial meat, but 1 kilo of meat costed them $280,000 with all the technology, all the tests, etc. But of course, the technology advanced, and the cost of 1 kilo of artificial meat was around $100. The prediction was $10, but the realized price is like $100 per kilo. In 2018, this meat costed $800. It went down to $112 in 2019, and in 2021 it could only go down to $10, not any longer. The thing that I would like to underline here is that we do purchase the meat by kilogram, but the artificial meat and its cost of production is made through the litter, because the material that is collected, that is grown in the labs, is like a mud-like, almost liquid product, and only going through some processes later on, it has it comes to have the shape of meat. Most important companies that have investments in artificial meat led by Memphis Meats, they have done $161 million of investments, and in the world a total of $300 million have been invested to artificial meat business. 25% of which for cattle meat, 20% for chicken meat, 20% for pig, 20% for sea products, and the remaining is the others. So the artificial meat that is produced in the laboratory was claimed to be sold in the restaurants in 2021 and will be sold in the supermarkets by 2023, but this target, this prediction and this claim was proved to be wrong. They had to delay their works, and they couldn't meet up with their time schedule. So this this commercial use of artificial meat is still in theory, and many factors can change in the future before the commercialization of the artificial meat in the future. America, well, the US, Israel, the Netherlands, and Singapore, and some similar countries focus on the artificial meat, and in total 80 companies work in this field, and they are talking about some analog meat that is produced by using the plant-sourced proteins, the vegetable proteins, and it is predicted that the market value of that artificial meat, this analog meat, will reach up to $16 billion in the future. You can see the structure of the artificial meat used to it, done with plant proteins.
Doku mühendisliği kullanılarak
Well, stem cells and tissue engineering is used to produce artificial meat.
Ancak tabii bütün üretimler henüz daha laboratuvar ortamında olduğu için
And since all the meats that is produced are in the lab environment, the industrial production is not ready yet. Therefore, it could not be commercialized yet.
kas kök hücreleri biyopsi yoluyla alınarak
The method is, as I have explained, biopsy is made to extract the stem cell from an animal.
Aynı bakterilerde olduğu gibi bir çoğalma
And in the lab environment, they are reproduced just as it is done with the bacteria. And
scaffold adını verdiğimiz
scaffolds are
jelatinden yapılmış kolajenden
added. The scaffolds are made from gelatin, the gelatin or collagens, a sponge-like material.
inşaat iskelesi gibi bir madde konuluyor.
It's like a construction scaffold. Is added to this bioreactor. In this bioreactor, the cells adhere to these scaffolds and they develop. Without that scaffold,
Bu ortamda gelişemiyor.
the cells are unable to grow.
Bunlar bir sünger şeklinde bu hücrelere destek oluşan
The scaffolds
kompleksler
are, as I said, sponge-like structures that create a support for the meat to adhere to. They are very important. They are indispensable elements of artificial meat production.
bizim için yani Müslümanlar
This, of
için
course,
o
constitutes a risk and some question marks
proseslerden
for the Muslims.
Evet, ön gelişimi laboratuvar ortamında tamamlanan kas hücreleri
So the muscle
biyoreaktörlere
cells
konulduktan sonra
that are grown in the lab environment are added to the bioreactors,
ihtiyacı olan her
and
çeşit işte protein, yağ,
all the proteins, fats, and growth factors, hormones, enzymes,
gibi yaklaşık
etc., are added to this bioreactor. The total of, I think, additives are 150, I suppose. A solution is prepared with this 150 additives, and it is added to this bioreactor, and the stem cells grow with the help of these additives, and with the scaffolds, of course.
Jel kıvamında hiç de ete benzemeyen bir yapı.
The first material is a gel-like structure that looks nothing like meat. Then colorants and the meat flavors are added to that product, and it is processed to look like meat and taste like meat and used as meatballs or sausages, burgers, etc. This is the same graphic that we have seen at the beginning of the presentation. They are multiplied and processed. Well, of course, these, what I tell you is like the simplified process. Actually, each phase here requires an advanced technology. It's not like, it's not like anyone can get a lab and do it, of course. It requires big investments, big equipments and hardware, etc. So we see
üzerinde durmamız gereken diğer bir husus da
another factor that requires attention. This is meiogenesis.
Bu hücrelerin üretilebilmesi, çoğaltılabilmesi için
for the cells to be multiplied and reproduced in this labs, we need to use a liquid material. So what's this liquid material? It is, by the way, handled by the plasma of the cattle, a pregnant cattle. So the unborn,
Ceninlerinin kanları boşaltılıyor. Bunların serumu süzülüyor ve bu
so the
diğer
unborn
aktörlerin
cattle
içerisine
are the cattles actually are subjected to
esas
abortion.
olarak maliyeti
The blood
yükselten
is
bu etin
taken and
üretimini
it's used as the liquid
zorlaştıran
in this process.
hususlardan bir
So this
tanesi
is one of the reasons
bu
that
fetal
this process
bovine
is
serum
very
dediğimiz
expensive. This fetal bovine serum
buzağı
is
cenini
very expensive.
serumudur.
This
Bunun
is like
içerisinde
the serum of the
yüzlerce
cattle embryo.
işte farklı madde bulunuyor. Amino asitler,
It has hundreds of different
karbonhidratlar,
materials
vitaminler,
inside:
mineraller,
amino acids,
iyonlar,
fats,
enzimler,
ions, vitamins,
hormonlar,
minerals,
büyüme
hormones,
faktörleri,
growth
yani
factors,
bir
and
tabiri
lots
caizse
of
kokteyl
it's
bu
almost
sıvı
like a cocktail of
içerisinde
all the
etin
agents that
kök
is
hücreleri
required by the stem cells to regrow.
Ayrıca buranın içerisinde
And here
mikrop çoğalmaması için de
we
yine
know
çok
that
sayıda antibiyotik,
many a high
diğer
deal of antibiotics, of fungicides,
antimikrobiyal
and other
maddeler de
antimicrobial substances are added to this solution
reaktörün içerisine
to prevent the reproduction of microbes.
Şurada vaktimiz sınırlı olduğu için hızlı geçeceğim ben.
I will skip
Daha
these
çok,
parts because our time is limited.
Hayvanların doğmamış gebe sığırların ceninleri alınarak
But we can
bunlardan
see here that we take the genins, we take the
serumları ayrılıp bu
embryo
suni etin
from
yapay
the
etin
pregnant
üretilmesinde kullanılıyor.
cattle,
Peki
and it
gerçek
is
etle yapay
centrifuged,
et arasında ne fark var?
it's purified and used here.
İnanılmaz sayıda farklı
So what's the difference between the real, the natural, and the artificial meat?
seminerin
The
konusu olduğu için
differences are
burada üzerinde
quite a
duracağız.
lot. It's actually a subject of a different presentation. But I can tell you that it would never look like the natural meat without colorants and flavors and kind of,
veya bulamaç şeklinde bir protein yığını
consistency agents, etc. It is like a plasma mud-like substance that is made of proteins, etc.
etle ilgili olarak
So
genel olarak
about
tüketicilerin kaygısı nedir?
the general concerns of the potential consumers of artificial meat. Well, of course, the first concern is its authenticity, its vision, its appearance, and another concern is whether it will, enable us to use less animals. The risks concerning its consumption are unknown. We are not sure whether it will constitute any problems.
Yine üretim esnasında istenmeyen besin kültürlerinin kullanılması,
and utilization of undesired food materials may be used in their ingredients. Another concern is that its price is so high. Another concern is that its legal status is still unclear. Another concern that it's still under discussion in terms of religious and philosophical authorities. So all of this combined make this artificial meat business very complex and complicated. About prosperity of the animals, artificial meat is regarded as an insult for the animals as well. It is regarded as animal cruelty too. And for the religious standpoint, it is also criticized a lot. And it is regarded as a cannibalism as well, because we don't know which embryo is used, and we do not know the real purpose of the agencies like that. And the fact that this business is open to any kind of tricks, any kind of derails and corruption. All of this combined bring about ethical and religious concerns altogether.
Hayvandan bir parça olduğu için
The vegan
bunun sorunlu olduğunu, Hindular
say that it is problematic because it is a part of human. The Hindus say that it is an insult to animals and animal prosperity. It is also discussed that there is a possibility of using a serum that can be that can be gathered from human placenta, which would result with cannibalism. In Judaism, it says that it might contradict with the belief of Judaism. And Islam has pointed out two important rules for a food to be classified as halal. The first thing is that the animal shall be halal according to Islamic beliefs. The animal should be halal and the slaughtering method should be halal by Islam. The other thing is the liquid and the scaffold that will be used to grow this artificial meat shall comply with the halal criteria. So even though the stem cell is taken from an animal that is halal, if the scaffold is used from pig gelatin, or if the bull placenta is used, Islam never accepts the use of placenta in the food products. So these materials, this soup of proteins, I would say, get help by many additives later on to look like meat, and the additives and their halal status shall be questioned as well. These are the things that we have to inquire. And the fact that this production method is unknown and it's very closed and it's open to tricks and corruption, we have question marks. And some people criticize that the sacrificial will be unnecessary after artificial meat is developed on a full content. And this is criticized a lot in the global discussions that are never acceptable by the Muslim population. There could be some advantages or disadvantages of artificial meat, but it has different impacts on the food industry, and the sensitivity, the religious sensitivity of the Muslims require the producers to pay the utmost attention to production methods, because the artificial meat will be a second wave of GMO, as it is seen from our point of view. But as a result, the time has not yet come to make a definite decision of the halal status of artificial meat. There are a lot of undefined sociological and scientific data that is still unexplained, and there should be some economic, health, and social and socio-cultural dimensions to that. It should not be forgotten. Lastly, the cost of production, the acceptability, the naturality, the lawfulness according to Islam are the issues
Evet.
that are still
Şimdi
questionable,
yapayetle ilgili
and it is foreseen
bölümü
that
burada
artificial meat
tamamladıktan sonra
shall
bir
not
de
be
bu bugünlerde
popular in
yine popüler
the
olan
near future.
Avrupa'da, Amerika'da
After
veya dünyanın
talking
birçok
about this
ülkesinde
artificial meat,
e,
I would like
tüketimi
to
için yayınlar yapılan
start
Birleşmiş Milletler'in Dünya Tarım
to
Örgütü'nün
a new phenomenon
üretimi için
that is
teşvik ettiği
promoted
böcek
by
proteinleri
the
konusuna kısaca
FDA
değinelim.
that is, encouraged
Evet,
by many
alternatif
organizations in the
protein
world.
kaynakları arasında
So the
böcekler.
insects are
Açlık ve
among
çevre
alternative protein
sorunları için ileri
resources.
sürülen alternatiflerden birisi de böcek proteini.
And the
Güya
insect
böcek
protein is one of
proteinleri
the alternatives
tüketildiği zaman
that are
bunların
presented to the use
vücudundan
of
elde
the
edilen
people,
enerji,
the use of the
protein ve
humankind.
diğer besin
And the
maddelerinin
protein and the
insan ve
other
hayvanları
nutritive materials
beslenmeye
that are handled by the bodies
yetebileceği
of the
gruplar.
insects are pointed out to be sufficient
İleri
if
sürülen iddialardan
used in
birisi de şu, işte dünyanın
adequate
birçok
amounts.
ülkesinde bazı böcek türleri zaten insan
Some
gıdası
types of
olarak
insects are
kullanılıyor.
consumed as human food
Doğru.
in some regions of the world.
Çin'de,
In
Kore'de,
China, in Korea,
Vietnam'da,
in Vietnam,
Japonya'da,
in
çeşitli
Japan, Afrika
in
ülkelerinde, Güney
other
Amerika ülkelerinde, diverse African and Asian countries, the insects are consumed as human food. This is correct.
Birleşmiş Milletler'in bildirdiği
And the
2000
world
civarında tüketilebilir özellik taşıyan böcek
and
bulunduğu
FDA and WHO tells us that
Bunların
there are
genelde
2000 different
tüm
types of
kanatlılar
insects that are
türü,
consumable,
un kurdu, uğur böceği,
and they are defined in this table, in this graph.
böceklerin yine Lepidoptera adını verilen kelebek
Cleopatra and Lepidoptera,
adı verilen
Hemiptera,
kanatlılar,
and Hymenoptera.
Hymenoptera adı verilen karınca, arı ve benzeri
It's like ants and
yine yusufçuk,
bees.
çekirge,
These Odonata like dragonflies, and Orthoptera are like grasshoppers.
Halen insan gıdası olarak tüketildiği rapor edildi.
Are consumed as human food.
Bunların böceklerin ortalama protein değerlerinin kın kanatlıların %4 ile %54
And there we
arasında
see the values, the protein values of different types of insects. And of course, we see an approximate value, an average value here, and the range here. It ranges from 3.7 to 54 grams of protein per 100 gram.
Yine bunların yağ oranları
The fat is again between 4 to 50%. The carbohydrate is among 10 to 35. The minerals is 1 to 2 grams, and the calories is around 100 to 600.
yapılan bileşim analizlerinde hayli yüksek protein oranına sahip olabileceği.
So we see in this table that some insects may have a very high rate of protein. But for example, here we can see some, insect, reaches up to 60s or even 80s, 80 grams of protein, which is like 80% protein. The meat and the chicken meat and the cattle meat has only 20% protein. So we can say that the insects are a substantial source of protein compared to cattle and chicken meat. We see here ants, the grasshoppers, the termites, dragonflies, and their ratio of contents. And we see a more comprehensive comparison of different types of meat, animal meat and insects in terms of protein, fat, unsaturated fat and omega fats.
Bazı böceklerin lezzeti tadı neye benziyor? Bunu da çalışmışlar.
So this is the reason.
Termitlerin tadının tatlı fındığa benzediği, siyah böcek larvalarının kepekli ekmeğe benzediği, işte eşek arısının çam tavuğuna
that the
benzediği,
insects are encouraged to
çizgili havuç kağıta kurusunun
be consumed, and but in this table we see the resemblances of their tastes to the current products that we are eating.
esansiyel amino asitlerince zengin olduğu, bilhassa
We know that the insects are rich in terms of essential amino acids and in tryptophan,
amino asitlerince zengin olduğu,
and its amino acids are quite abundant in
yine
this.
linolenik asit açısından
These linoleic acids
kitin,
are important,
böceklerde bulunan kitin maddesinin
and the chitin
yine bazı önemli
is like an
mineraller
important
zengin olduğu,
fiber that is abundant in the insects. Iron, calcium, copper, zinc, and different minerals are quite abundant in the insects.
Hocam çok özür dileyerek biliyorum. Zamanımızı biraz açtık.
This information is about the digestibility of the insect meat,
çiftliklerde de üretilebiliyor.
and they are perfectly be
Hayvanı adı veriliyor. Özel sandık, kutu ve reaktörler
able to be, grown in some farms. They can be grown in different boxes. It's very costless to grow them,
sığıra göre 12 kat daha az masrafının olduğu
and its cost is like 12 times cheaper than the cattle production.
cırcır böceği, hamam böceği,
The cockroaches
kanatlar, karınca,
and the grasshoppers are the ones that are most popularly
kurutuluyor.
farmed
Değirmende öğütülerek
in some countries.
yağı, proteini
They are
eksiltiliyor veya
produced
un haline
and then
getirilerek
they are
gıdalara veya hayvan
turned
yemlerine
into dust,
ilave ediliyor.
and this material is added to food
Burada
or
hayvan yemi
the feed of animals.
amacıyla geliştirilen teknoloji görünüyor.
These were some of the technologies that I will skip.
Milyon dolar pazar değeri olan
I would like to
böcek üretiminin 2025
talk
yılında
about the
4 milyar
market
dolar
value of insect farming. It's $400 million in 2018. In the future, it is expected to rise substantially.
İşte böcekler pek çok
About the health risks,
zararlı mikroorganizma, ağır metal ve ilaç
we know
kullanımları,
that they
alerjen maddeler,
carry parasites, residues, the toxic materials, the allergens, etc.
açılıp ayrılamadığı için
Since their
bağırsaklarıyla
bowels cannot be, opened up, they are used, they are consumed with their bowels, and their bowels consume a lot of, organisms, bacteria, etc. And these can cause many diseases, especially in China. The anaphylactic allergic reactions are caused by 18 to 20% by the insect consumption. This is very important too. Depending on the breed, of course, the type of the insect, the allergens of insects and the glycoproteins within the insects are available, and 239 different allergens may be available within one insect according to the data of WHO. This is entomophagy,
en büyük dezavantajı
and the people do not want to consume that. The biggest disadvantage
yenmesi ve
is, of course, the religious and ethical, concerns. The people are disgusted,
böcekleri
and they are
öğüterek ekmeğin içerisine,
given
ürünlerinin içerisine
a propaganda by some people in order to avoid this disgusting, the disgust. The insects are killed and they are turned into dust, and they can be added to the flours that we use or any type of food that we consume. This is an issue that we have to pay attention to, in my opinion, about religious sensitivity. We know that the consumption of insects is a matter of discussion in the world of Islam. We only see some hadiths about the consumption of grasshoppers, and we know that it is halal. But apart from that, all the spinal insects are deemed as pests, especially for the sects of Hanifis and Maghrebis. I lost the connection. In ethical means, the insect production can be seen as a remedy for the starvation in the world due to its low cost of production and farming. But our concern is that the starvation in the world is not caused by the scarcity of food, but by the unfair share of the world wealth. The fact that the food is regarded as a commercially profitable thing will not solve our problem. And since the Western civilizations think that consumption of insects is disgusting, the trick by adding insect dust to the flowers, to the existing flowers, is also something that is questionable even today. Thank you for listening to me with patience. I would like to salute you with respect and affection. This is our Halal and Healthy Food book. You can get it online along with the Halal and Ethical Research Journal that we issue on a monthly basis. You can also find it online. And some answers to the questions regarding the halal and ethical food production and consumption.
Yes.
Sunumum görülebiliyor mu?
You can start, please.
Ben Dilya, Udihlamastun, Putra Malezya Üniversitesi'nde biyoteknoloji ve biyomoleküler bilimi fakültesinden katılıyorum. Öncelikle 13. Uluslararası Helal ve Tayyip Ürünler Konferansı'na beni davet ettiğiniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Ben de bugün sunumumu sizlere yapıp bilgi paylaşımı yapmaya çalışacağım ve böceklerin helal ve tayyip alternatif protein kaynakları olarak görülmesi konusunda sizlerle bilgi vermeye çalışacağım. Öncelikle protein niçin bizim için önemlidir? Bu soruya cevap vermeye çalışalım. 2 adet besin kaynağımız vardır. Bizim vücudumuzun ihtiyaç duyduğu besinleri 2 şekilde alabiliriz. Bunlardan birine makro besin, diğerine mikro besin denebilir. Makro besinler her gün büyük miktarlarda yiyip enerji ürettiğimiz materyallerdir. Bunlar karbonhidratlar, proteinler ve yağlardır. Bir de mikro nütriyenler, mikro besinler vardır. Bunlar mineraller ve vitaminler olabilir. Sadece ufak miktarlarda ihtiyacımız olan yine günlük almamız gereken besinlerdir. İkinci sorumuz şu şekilde. Protein niçin yüksek miktarda alınması gereken bir besin türüdür? Niye bir makro besindir? Şunu söyleyebiliriz. Protein kaslarımızın gelişmesi için gerekli olan bir maddedir ve hücrelerimizin kanı kullanması için proteine ihtiyacı vardır. Dolayısıyla günlük protein alımı son derece önemlidir ve bazen yani proteini sentezlediğimiz zaman protein vücutta eskidiği için hücreler tarafından kullanılamayabilir. Dolayısıyla proteini günlük olarak almamız gerekir. Protein aynı zamanda kan şekerini sabitler ve açlık hissini bastırır. Eğer çok fazla karbonhidrat tüketirsek küçük moleküllere bölündüğü için şeker, laktoz, fruktoz vesaire bu anlamda bölündükleri zaman karbonhidrat hücresi çok hemen bölünür, çok çabuk bir şekilde bölünür. Zaten küçük moleküllerden oluşur. Bu sindirimi kısa sürdüğü için kısa sürede tekrar acıkırız. Eğer protein oranı yüksek olan gıdalar tüketirsek o zaman kan şekerimiz daha yani karbonhidrat yüksek ürünler tüketirsek kan şekerimiz daha çabuk düşer. Protein ağırlıklı olan ürünler tüketirsek kan şekerimiz daha yavaş düşer. Dolayısıyla karbonhidrat tüketirsek o zaman tok hissetmek için daha fazla gıda almamız gerekir. Yani kan şekeri güzel bir şey değildir. Böbrekler için özellikle zararlıdır, karaciğer için zararlıdır, diyabet gibi, böbrek yetmezliği gibi hastalıklara yol açabilir. Dolayısıyla kan şekerini sabit tutmak önemlidir ve kan şekerini sabit tutma anlamında proteinin görevi de büyüktür. Protein hormonlarla da uyumlu olarak çalışan bir maddedir. Hormonlar da sağlığımız için önemlidir zaten ve birçok biyokimyasal ve fizyolojik mesela hücre sinyallemesi ve DNA çoğalması, DNA'nın eşlenmesi ve bu anlamda kullanılan enzimlerin hepsi proteinlerden alınır. Dolayısıyla protein önemlidir. Buna ek olarak niçin proteinlere bu kadar ihtiyaç duyduğumuz konusunda yine sebepler verecek olursam sizlere şunu söyleyebilirim. Yani protein aldığımız pek çok farklı kaynak var. Yani etten, tavuktan, balıktan, birçok bitkiden, gıdadan, bitkisel gıdadan protein alabiliriz. Peki alternatifi nedir? Alternatif dediğimiz zaman yani yerine geçecek olan şeyden bahsediyoruz. Alternatif protein proteinlere ihtiyacımız var bizim. Niye soracak olursanız şu sebebi proteine olan talep o kadar fazla artıyor ki geleneksel protein kaynakları yani tavuk, işte balık, bitkisel proteinler vesaire küresel bir sorun haline geliyor. Bunların üretimi, bunların mevcudiyeti sıkıntı haline geliyor. Dünya nüfusu da arttıkça, talep de arttıkça iyice zorlaşıyor bunlara ulaşmak ve artık üretim yani arz talebi karşılayamaz hale geliyor. Bu da fiyatlarının artması, çok artması anlamına geliyor ve böyle devam ederse bu ürünlerin fiyatını kontrol etmek çok çok zorlaşacak.
There's a concern with the antibiotic usage in farm animals. For example, chicken farm.
Bununla birlikte artık sağlıklı ürün ve uzun ömürlü ürün elde etmek için çiftliklerde bir takım antibiyotik kullanımları söz konusu oldu. Bunlar istenilen şeyler değiller. Ve çok yani çok dar alanlarda yetiştirilmeye başlandı hayvanlar ve hayvanlar doğaları gereği dar alanlarda, dört duvar arasında kalmaya uygun değillerdir ve bu şekilde böyle kısıtlı alanlarda yetişen hayvanlarda hastalıklar boy göstermektedir ve eğer böyle olursa antibiyotik kullanımıyla bu hastalıklar engellenmektedir. Bu da antibiyotik ve birçok antimikrobiyal araç kullanılmış olan hayvanlardan elde edilen et de bizler için zararlıdır. Kansere sebep olabilir, her şeye sebep olabilir aslında. Bir başka nokta şu, beslenme eksiklikleri, beslenme yetersizlikleri. Pek çok sebepten kaynaklı olabilir. Yeterli beslenmemekten kaynaklanabilir. İklim değişikliğinden kaynaklı olarak bir takım besin kaynaklarının üretilememesi olabilir. Bitki çeşitliliğinde azalma, hayvan çeşitliliğinde azalma, hayvan çiftliklerinin sayısında azalmalar söz olabilir. Geleneksel protein kaynaklarına bir takım alerjiler geliştirilebilir. Bu da beslenme yetersizliklerine sebep olabilir. Vurgulamak istediğim bir başka nokta kirlilik. Kirlilik son derece önemlidir. Yani mesela okyanuslarda, denizlerde pek çok mikroplastik bulunmaktadır. Gemilerden gelen yağ sızıntıları bulunmaktadır ve yani aslında attığımız çöpler, tüm kanalizasyon atıklarımız denizlerde son bulmaktadır ve denizler sürekli olarak kirlenmektedir. Bu sularda yaşayan hayvanları insanlar tükettiği zaman çiftlik hayvanlarının antibiyotik kullanması gibi düşünün. Kirlenmiş su, kontamine su içinde yaşayan balıkları bizler yediğimiz zaman ve özellikle yani besin alışkanlıklarımız deniz ürünlerine odaklıysa özellikle sağlığımız risk altına girmektedir. Çünkü bunun hepsini bütünsel olarak düşünmek gerekiyor. Yani biz daha fazla yiyeceğe ihtiyaç duyuyoruz çünkü daha sağlıklı yaşamak istiyoruz. Nüfus giderek artıyor. Bu da proteine olan talebin istikrarlı bir şekilde artmasına sebep oluyor. Bir yandan sürekli bir hayvan habitatı kirletme gibi bir alışkanlığımız var. Ve hem hayvanların soyu tükeniyor hem de kalan hayvanlar nüfusa yetmiyor, nüfusu beslemeye yetmiyor. Artık birçok nesli tükenen hayvan var. Yani doğduğumuz günden bugüne kadar geçen süre içinde bile birçok hayvanın neslinin tükendiğine şahit olduk. Bu süreç giderek artacak ve protein bize yetmeyecek. Evet. Bu da bizi alternatif proteinlere yöneltecek mecburen. Peki bir gıda nasıl alternatif gıda olarak tanımlanır? Alternatif olmanın özelliği nedir? Öncelikle sürdürülebilir olmalıdır. Hızlı bir şekilde yetiştirilebilmeli, hızlı bir şekilde dağıtılabilmeli. En ücra alanlara bile ulaşımı yapılabilmeli. İkinci olarak maliyeti etkin olmalı. Herhangi bir çiftçi, herhangi bir üretici kar edebilmeli, ucuza mal edilebilmeli, ucuza alınabilmeli tüketiciler tarafından. Önemli. Üçüncü kısım beslenme kompozisyonu, yani besleyici içeriği. Yani proteine ihtiyacımız olduğunu söylemiştik vücudumuzun, ama vitaminler, mineraller gibi birçok farklı maddeye daha ihtiyacımız var vücudumuzun besin düzeyinde. Bu anlamda kompozisyonu önemli. Dördüncü olarak güvenliği önemli. Yabancı maddelerden arınmış olması, yabancı maddeleri içermemesi son derece önemli olan başka bir konu. Beşinci konu ise bugünün konusu beslenme kısıtlamaları. Yani Müslümanlar olarak bizlerin bir takım kurallar listemiz var uymamız gereken beslenme konusunda. Hem biraz önce saydığımız 4 kritere uygun, hem de 5. kriterimiz, 5. noktamız olan helallik noktasına uygun, tayyiplik noktasına uygun gıdalar tüketmemiz gerekiyor. Benim bugünkü konum böceklere sadece alternatif bir protein kaynağı olarak yaklaşıyor. Eğer bu fotoğraflara bakacak olursanız bir çekirge çiftliği görebilirsiniz Malezya'da. Levestiş'te üretiliyor bir kriket, bir çekirge. Bir seraya benzer. Bu çekirgelerin doğal alanlarını tekrardan oluşturuyorlar. Sanki onların yaşayacağı bir ormanmış, bahçeymiş gibi bir sera oluşturuluyor. Larvalar buraya bırakılıyor. Larvalar yumurtadan çıkınca kendi kendilerine zaten gelişiyorlar. İkinci fotoğrafta da larvaların üretildiği bölümleri görüyoruz. Pek çok larva elde ediliyor. Ve üretimi böyle yapılıyor. Şimdi doğruya doğru. Biraz önceki sunumda da dinledik. Protein oranları yüksek bu çekirgelerin. Cidden çok yüksek. Ama biraz önce saydığımız 5 farklı kritere acaba uyuyor mu? Öncelikle acaba sürdürülebilir mi? Çevreye zararı var mı? Toksinlerden arınmış mı? Antibiyotik kullanımı var mı? Evet, bu arada bunlara uygun. Yani ilk 4 kritere uygun olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Kesinlikle sürdürülebilir. Üretimi son derece kolay. Yani dana üretimine, tavuk üretimine kıyaslayacak olursak çekirge üretimi son derece kolay. Günler, haftalar, hatta günler içinde üretilebiliyorlar. Yani tavuklarda mesela 6 aylık sanırım bekleme, danalarda, ineklerde ise bir 2 yıllık kesmeden önce bekleme süresi var. Bunlarda yok. Haftalar içinde, hatta günler içinde yenebiliyor, tüketilebiliyor. Ve çok müdahalede bulunmaya gerek yok. Yani onların doğal habitatını çok müdahale ile rahatsız etmiyoruz. Dolayısıyla kendi hallerine bırakıyoruz ve kolay oluyor onları üretmek. Ve bu da aslında çekirgeleri iyi bir yani protein alternatifi adayı yapıyor. Bizim ilgilendiğimiz kısım ise acaba 5. kriterimize uygun mu? Helal mi bu yiyecek türü? Bir Müslüman olarak hepimiz her zaman Kur'an-ı Kerim'e ve hadislere refer etmek, atıfta bulunmak zorundayız. Ve hayat tarzımızı buna göre belirlemek zorundayız. Herhangi bir böcek Kur'an'da acaba tüketilebilir mi? Duha suresi vardı Kur'an'da. Evet. Böceğin tanımını yapmamız lazım Kur'an çerçevesinde. Öncelikle antropogo dediğimiz bir grupta toplanır böcekler. Burada dipteralar, aranezler, klopteralar ve himenopteralar bulunmaktadır. Dipteraları görüyorsunuz genelde sinekler, kanatlılar, aranealar, örümcekler ve görüyorsunuz diğerlerine çeşitli böcek türleri. Çekirgelere bakacak olursanız ortopteralar içinde toplanıyor. Yani böcek nüfusunun aslında %1'ini oluşturuyor çekirgeler. Bu resimlere bakarsak, bu arada sayfayı değiştirmem gerekecek. Evet, bu böcek resimlerine baktığınız zaman bu böceklerin iğrenç göründüğünü düşünebilirsiniz ve mutlaka haramdır gibi bir varsayımda bulunabilirsiniz. Ancak Kur'an'da şu geçer: eğer bir besini iyi bir kaynağınız yoksa kötülemeyin. Tayyip olan bir besin, tayyip olan bir gıda yasaklanmamalıdır ifadesi geçer. Dolayısıyla bizler burada böceğin kompozisyonunu anlamak durumundayız. Yani yiyeceğimiz böcek acaba kirli mi? Kirli bir ortamdan mı geliyor? Bunlara bakarak karar vermemiz gerekiyor. Önce Kur'an'a gidiyoruz. Kur'an'da böcekler hakkında ne söyleniyor? Surelerimiz ekranda. Bakara suresi ilk baştaki. Dünyada helalayan ve tayyip olan ne varsa yiyebilirsiniz diyor. Burada buradan gördüğümüz, anladığımız ilk şey helal yiyeceklerin tüketilmesi gerektiği. Henüz böceklerle ilgili bir şey görmüyoruz. Almaida suresinden bir ayetimiz var. Burada da yine Allah size sadece verdikleri nimetlerden helal olanları yemenizi emrediyor diyor. Yine böceklerden bir bahsetme söz konusu değil. 3. surede de öyle.
things that Allah has provided for you and
Allah'ın size sağladığı
if it is true that you only worship
yiyeceklerden
so all this mentioned 4 times
caiz ve helal olanları tüketin ve sadece onu ibadet edin diye geçiyor. Yani yok. Kur'an'da böcek kelimesi geçmiyor. Böceklerle ilgili bir hüküm içermiyor. Dolayısıyla ikinci referans kaynağımız olan hadislere geçiyoruz. Burada İbn-i Macah'ın avlanmayla ilgili bir hadisi var. İki adet ölü hayvanı yiyebiliriz. Bunlar balıklar ve lokustlardır. Lokust kelimesini görüyoruz burada. Aslında lokust çekirge anlamına gelebiliyor Arapçada. Bir sonraki hadisimizde orada Gazavat'ın keşfinde çekirgeyle lokust ile beslendik kelimesi. Burada yine lokust kelimesi kullanılıyor. Yine çekirge anlamına gelebilir. Yine burada Hazreti Peygamber'in eşlerinin tepsiyle çekirge ikram ettiklerini söylüyor. Bu ilk 3 hadisi şerifte çekirge kelimesi, yani bir lokust kelimesi mevcut. Başka bir böcekten bahsedilmiyor. Lokust, tabii lokust kelimesi sadece çekirge anlamına da gelmiyor. Bir başka anlamları da var. Bir takım bitkiler de ifade ediliyor olabilir. Ancak çekirge anlamına da geliyor. Yani bu şekilde yorumlanacak olursa hadisler çekirgenin tüketimi aslında haram değil diye düşünebiliriz. Şimdi karmin Cochineal'deki karmin boyasından bahsetmek istiyorum. Yani böceklerle ilgili bir hani konu bu. Hello to everybody. Today we will be talking about the Islamic evaluation of the products that are produced with biotechnologic fermentation methods. My name is Yılmaz Kaya. I'm a researcher in 19 Mayıs University in Agriculture faculty. I'm honored to be with you today. We will be discussing about our opinions and question marks about the fermentation. We'll be discussing the definition of biotechnologic fermentation and the enzymes related to this process. After discussing the definitions and the methods and processes, we will be talking about their compliance with the Islamic rules. I'm checking whether I am recording this session. Yes, I am. So let's start with the definition of fermentation. It is very common in our traditional food making practice. It's very important to us, and it covers some products that are in our traditional cuisine. Fermentation means that some natural ways or artificial cultures to create some bacteria and enzymes to create different products such as bacteria, yeasts and fungus are used for the fermentation process. In the Turkish society we have some fermented products too. I think they are widely known to all of us, such as kefir, ayran, yogurt, boza, shalgam, kımız, etc. They are our traditional mainly drinks and cheeses, etc. are the fermented products that we eat. We can count many other fermented products to this list that I have just mentioned. So while making cheese or while making kefir or yogurt, etc., what's the fermentation process? What's the details of these processes? You know, 1,000 years ago, when our ancestors were doing such products, they did not know about the enzymes included within this process, but due to the developing technology, we are able to understand the enzymes which serve as a catalysts of this chemical change in the product. So the enzymes take part in all and every phase of our lives. Let's say we are, washing dishes. We can say the enzymes and not having enzymes is like the difference between washing the dishes with detergents or without detergents. Without enzymes we cannot expect an accelerated chemical reaction. So the enzymes are the factor that the chemical reaction gains momentum. Let's say while we are eating something, let's say we are eating a sandwich. After we eat it, it is kept in our stomach, and thanks to the enzymes, it is digested in a fast manner. Without the enzymes, we would have waited for this one piece of sandwich to be digested in almost a year. Due to the enzymes, our body can degrade these food materials like sandwiches that we eat. When we take a look at the areas that the enzymes are used, we see a lot of diversified areas since they show catalytic activity in vitro conditions. They are used in different industrial areas. Of course, in the past we didn't used to do that. The world was not ready for that, but now we have the sufficient technology to use enzymes, and we can produce enzymes from bacteria. For example, the most popular one of the enzymes used is alpha amylase that we are popularly used, that we are frequently use them in our products because it's very popular in Anatolia and the Middle Eastern and Asian societies, which is bread, starch and bread uses alpha amylase a lot, and this enzyme is what makes bread soft. Normally, alpha amylase is present in the organs of the animals. Normally, you have to cut the animal and get the enzyme from their internal organs, but getting this enzyme from the animals is very difficult, and it's a very long process, but we still need these enzymes. Therefore, the human beings have developed technology in order to produce enzymes from bacteria in the laboratories environment. Well, we can give many examples to this kind of enzymes that can be created from the bacteria. For example, the bacteria Bacillus has a lot of amylase enzyme, and we can get this enzyme from the Bacillus bacteria in a much easier and cheaper, in a much more convenient way. When we think of the industrial enzymes, esteemed guests, we can start by saying that the area of utilization and the research and the industry of enzymes are very diverse at present in our day. My area is enzyme and biotechnical technology. There are some departments and offices in universities who are specialized in enzymes. So industrial enzymes are the ones that are gathered from the bacteria rather than the animal or the plant resources, because it takes too much time to get them from animals or plants. But bacteria, they can be used to extract the enzymes quite easily, because there are no associations to protect bacteria. There are a lot of associations to protect animals, so it's much more difficult to get the enzymes from the bacteria, from the animals. But from the bacteria, we can get enzymes much easily. In our data, we have defined around 3,000 enzymes that can be gathered from the bacteria, and almost 300 are defined as commercially usable, and they are licensed. And of course, we are producing them from this bacteria, but of course the technology does not stop here. The greed of human beings never stops. Therefore, we want to produce more enzymes from a single bacteria. In that point, the biotechnological processes step in, and apart from that, in order to get the enzymes more productively with much more yield, we are seeking some animals, some organisms that we can extract enzymes. Recombinant technologies have been started to use in the recent years, to create enzymes which enabled us to produce very high amounts of enzymes, using them a lot. The recombinant DNA, the recombinant enzyme production is a totally different and an independent area. We know that in a chemical sense, we can slow down or accelerate the enzyme, which is called the enzyme induction, inhibition, etc. So we can regulate the movement and the genetic sequence of the enzymes with this new technology, which can happen in the animals, in the plants, or in the bacteria. Therefore, the recombinant technologies became very popular. And when we take a look at the history of these recombinant technologies, we see that even though it is not a very old technology, it's relatively a new technology, we can say, and it's being developed and improved day by day. It's been used in the last decades. The inventor received a Nobel Prize. It was very important and popular in the world, and there were some research about the recombinant technologies. In 1992, the USDA approved the first GMO crop, the flower sour tomato. But when we came to 2021, we see that the GMO tomatoes made with CRISPR become commercially available in Japan that are produced with recombinant technologies. Of course, we have some pineapples, the GMO pineapples and so on. All approved by FDA. We see the pig, the GMO pig, which received an approval from the US FDA as well. But we always say that we have to keep away from the doubts. Nobody would like to eat, a pig, even when the genes of this pig is altered. So we have to think about it. We cannot be sure. Pig has no doubt, and we never think of eating a pig. But what about genetically altered pig? Is it safe to eat that? So this is the question. But what about the enzymes that are produced with recombinant technologies from the pig itself? So this is a big question mark, and in this research we never say anything about producing enzymes from the animals, from the bacteria. We only talk about the animals in this. Here in this page we see some plant research, and we see the cotton, soy, peas, sweet corn, some zucchinis and canola, etc. that are produced with enzymes that are produced with recombinant enzyme production. So we never normally think about some critical way of thinking about that, but when we take a closer look at that, we with a simple technology we can create enzymes in the recombinant technology. When there is a bacteria, one is chromosomes, the DNAs, and the other thing is the plasmid. That's the circular thing that you can see in the center of the page. So this plasmid DNA is cut and reconstructed very slightly, and the enzyme is extracted from that. For example, we take the insulin gene from a human, and we take this insulin gene and we transfer it to plasmid, and with ligation, when this ligation is completed, we call it a recombinant plasmid, and when we transfer it to the bacteria, we call it the recombinant cell. And when we produce an enzyme from this plasmid, we call it a recombinant enzyme production, because it is an enzyme produced using recombinant technologies. It is totally artificial, and naturally it is impossible to create such a protein, In the world, the commercially used industrial enzymes are produced with this sense, with this logic from the bacteria. The same thing applies for human as well. The same logic of creating new enzymes is valid all the time. When there is a replication of DNA, we see the replication of DNA when it is reproduced. We see transcription when DNA becomes RNA, and the translation when it becomes protein. So our previously mentioned process is called a translation, but there's RNA in the background and DNA in the foreground of that. So we by manipulating the DNA behind this process, we can accelerate or we can degrade the materials that we handle at the end of this process. So we normally have some allied bacteria, and let's say we are trying to get some amylase enzyme from this bacteria. So normally we would get some amylase enzyme from this bacteria without using recombinant technologies, but it would not suffice our need. We need more in order to meet our commercial needs. In order to get more enzymes, we have to reshape, we have to reconstruct that bacteria in order to create a competitive advantage for ourselves, in order to keep up with our opponents, with our competitors. And in order to increase our production, we are changing the structure of this bacteria. And by using the recombinant DNA technologies, we get, for example, the cannula. This is the cannula plant, which is like the green one over here, and by changing its genetics, by the way, it is like a unique plant, and by changing its genetics, we can get some unique enzymes. It is a unique plant, and it is like it has many benefits. I participated to a symposium in the past, and it was about the benefits of this cannula plant, and it was amazing. So from cannula we can transmit some RNA from rye, from animals, from cows, oxes, and from other plants as well. We can get the bacteria, and we can get the enzyme from that bacteria. Alright, apart from that, the things we can do are to, for example, take some genes from human in order to get this bacteria. We can get some nicer enzymes without any problems of purification, etc. So we have options with recombinant technologies. Leaving all of them aside, let's talk about synthetic biology. So we may not be able to in the future be dependent on these kind of organic resources. We may be able to write a code that would emit a better enzyme that would create much better uses in the future. After writing this code, we can synthesize some genes, and then we can transfer this gene to this bacteria, which is again the field of study of recombinant technologies. So not one of them, but all of them are in the scope of recombinant technologies. If we are creating an enzyme from a bacteria with a changed genome, it means that we can create enzymes without transmitting any genes to that bacteria beforehand. We can do that. This is the first option. The second option is to get a gene, but from an animal, a plant, or humans, or a fungus, etc. Or a third option we have with the production of the latest modern technology, we can synthesize this enzyme as a product of the synthetic biology. This is the unique concept in the world, and as a result of that we can have such genes, and we can come up with such microorganisms. So we call them as the recombinant DNA technologies, or recombinant enzyme production. There are some research about that phenomenon. As you can see on the screen, they are very much preferred. Let's say that in our processes of production, when we talk about the essential steps of production, there are a lot of processes, and there are a lot of criteria about that. When we talk about the halal bioproduction, there are a lot of scholars, Islamic scholars, who evaluate that issue. We have to know, while we are evaluating it, that this is a multidisciplinary issue. It has biology on one side, food in the other side, biotechnology, engineering, genetic engineering, etc. Many disciplines are gathered in this area, and many scholars and many scientists, many science people have to come together, and they have to discuss about the utilization of this phenomenon. We have to evaluate it not by a single person, but by a gathering of different disciplines. My area is not religious studies, but we can present an opinion, a scientific opinion, a biological opinion to the religious studies academics, so that they can take our opinion, our expert opinion, into account, and maybe reconsider their statements on that issue. So when we take a look at the evaluation of there is enzyme production from microorganisms, they do not understand the basic concept. So this microorganism and its origin is very important while producing enzymes. So if we take this bacteria from a dead animal or from a pig, etc., then this should be considered as well. But there are some microorganisms that can live in volcanoes, in the poles, for example, the North Poles, etc. Also oil rigs and this oil holes and many things in the world. There is no place, or practically no place in the world without a microorganism. So microorganisms can be gathered from anywhere. So we have to check the origin. It might be pig, it might be a dead animal, etc. Therefore the origin of the microorganism should be halal first of all. And also the growth environment of a microorganism. Normally this is our culture environment in our labs, so this is totally allowed, but we have to take a look at the environment that would allow the microorganism to grow and to blossom. This is, by the way, the microscopic image. This is not a something that we can see with the eye. And the electron microscope has been used in order to gather these images, just for your information. And when we take a look at that, we see Bacillus, this bacteria. And we have received that microorganisms from one lake, and the Salt Lake in Anatolia. And we isolate it with with multiple purposes. So if we are to produce enzymes, we have to take a look at the origin of the microorganisms and also the environment in which the microorganism is reproduced and blossoms. They both need to be very clean. The packaging and labeling are the other processes after fermentation. Of course, we have to pay attention to proper labeling. We have to mention that it's halal, and we have to pay attention to the processes which are very important. That require specific attention. Apart from being healthy and apart from being sterile, they should also comply with the Islamic rules of producing, storing, packaging and labeling food. Again, when we open up this page again, when we consider the whole process, the recombinant production technology, the recombinant DNA technology, and when we produce food with this technology, it actually holds a great opportunity for all the bacteria that we use, the plants or the animals that we use to create food here, to create enzymes, to promote food production. It means that we change the genetics of an organism. This is important as well. But it can also backfire too. It's like replacing the engine of a very cheap car with the engine of a very expensive car. So it may backfire as well. We have to be very careful about that. This is very important, and the points that I have underlined are very important as well. It is okay to use this technology, but the origin, the growing environment are very important to know. And if there's a transformation in the gene, we have to know how this transformation occurred and what bacteria are used, where they were gathered from, whether they are synthetic or whether they are animal resources, etc. We have to know that, and they are very difficult to know actually. They are the important things that we have to follow. Because when we are talking about the bacteria, when we are talking about the recombinant technology, it's almost impossible to make a retrospective follow-up. Therefore we have to know which microorganisms are used to create the enzyme in the production stage. If we do not know, if we are not told the origin of the microorganism, we cannot be sure afterwards. Alpha-aminase enzyme. At the beginning of the presentation, we said that it's available in the internal organs of the animals, but with Bacillus bacteria, that should be infused with the gene of this enzyme, and it's important where we get this gene from. But if it's a cow, if it's cattle, then it's okay for us. It is clean, but only if we cut it, they are clean. If some non-Muslim person slaughters the cattle, they may not be clean as well. So we have to think about that too. Other than that, I will not be able to present you any solutions, because we have to, in order to make a statement whether it is Islamically correct to consume these products, we have to be multidisciplinary. We have to approach it in a multidisciplinary way. There are a lot of studies and research ongoing in the world about the halal status of recombinant DNA production, and we have to take them all into account. We have to read them. The biosecurity is very important. Biosafety is very important for us. Maybe if it wasn't for the COVID-19, we wouldn't have such a concern. But now this is very important and prioritized as well. So we have to know the genetically mutated bacteria, and we have to think about the consequences to understand what will happen if we just release them to nature, if we release them free to the world. Whether it will create any catastrophe or not. All right, as the conclusion, when we add all of the things we have talked so far, when we add them up all together, we see that the materials that are normally harmful for the human health, the ones that they increase the quality of this product, does not make the higher quality, does not make the utilization of harmful genes acceptable in the eyes of Islam. Or we know that Quran and Allah orders us to consume only healthy and halal food and clean food. Therefore, we shall not consume the harmful, unhealthy or unclean food. We can only consume halal food in this context. The purpose of our study was to understand the principles of GDO and rDNA and all the techniques that are used in the production of enzymes in this kind. So I wanted to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to share my ideas in this 13th International Halal and Tayyib Productions Conference. So that's all my speech. I can take your questions if you have any. I believe since this is a recording, I won't have any questions. This is the end of my presentation.
hayali benliğimize nakşetmek için